History is filled with treasures that have vanished into thin air, magnificent artifacts and legendary fortunes that once dazzled entire empires, only to disappear suddenly, leaving behind nothing but mystery and unanswered questions. Imagine golden rooms that vanished overnight, ancient tombs quietly lost beneath shifting sands, and priceless relics and masterpieces that were stolen in the blink of an eye. These are not legends. They're real historical treasures that were documented, admired, and then abruptly lost, their fates unknown to this very day. As always with our videos, the visuals aren't necessary to enjoy the story, and just here to provide extra context. So whether you're relaxing after a long day, quietly working on a project, or just enjoying a bit of downtime, feel free to just listen along. Without further ado, sit back, get comfy, grab your favorite snack or drink, and let's explore some of history's greatest treasures that mysteriously vanished. In the early 1800s, during the height of Spanish colonial rule, Lima was known across the world as one of South America's richest cities, a busy hub of wealth, culture, and power. Its grand cathedrals were covered in gold and silver, its lavish palaces held priceless gems and artifacts, and its markets were filled with goods from every corner of the Spanish Empire. Lima had truly earned its nickname, the City of Kings. But all this wealth also made it a target. By 1820, the fight for independence was sweeping across South America. People in Peru, along with other revolutionaries across the continent, were rising up against Spanish rule, determined to take back their land and riches. With the threat of losing Lima growing, the Spanish viceroy, José de la Serna, became seriously worried about protecting the city's enormous treasure. Lima held huge amounts of gold and silver, along with sacred religious items, statues, church relics, golden crowns, and crosses decorated with emeralds. Most valuable of all was a life-sized golden statue of the Virgin Mary, so important and so valuable that it stood above all other items. To save these treasures from the advancing rebels, the viceroy made a bold decision. He would evacuate them from the city. To handle this risky mission, he chose Captain William Thompson, a British sea captain who commanded a ship called the Mary Dear. Thompson was well respected and trusted to keep the treasure safe. He was told to load the treasure onto his ship, sail away from Lima, hide along the coast, and protect the cargo until the Spanish regained control of the city. Late in 1820, under the cover of darkness, Captain Thompson began carefully loading the treasure onto his ship. Chests filled with gold coins, silver bars, and sparkling jewels were packed tightly. Religious items were wrapped in cloth and sealed in crates. Every piece was guarded closely. The golden statue of the Virgin Mary was handled with extra care. Its beauty reportedly left the sailors speechless. With the ship full to the brim, the Mary Dear quietly left Lima's harbor, carrying one of the largest treasures ever gathered in the New World. But what happened next is where history becomes mystery, and that mystery remains unsolved to this day. Just days after sailing out, Captain Thompson made a shocking decision. Tempted by the enormous riches on board, and perhaps dreaming of a new life free from his responsibilities, Thompson and his crew turned against their Spanish guards. In a sudden mutiny, they took over the ship and claimed the treasure for themselves. Now in full control of the Mary Dear, the crew faced a difficult question. Where could they possibly hide such a massive fortune, knowing the Spanish would soon be chasing them? Their answer was the Cocos Islands, a remote and wild group of islands about 350 miles off the coast of what is now Costa Rica. Isolated and little known, the islands were perfect for hiding something valuable. According to old records and later testimonies, Thompson sailed the ship to the Cocos Islands and began the huge task of burying the treasure. Heavy chests filled with gold, jewels, and sacred artifacts were carried ashore. The crew buried everything deep under the tropical soil, making sure to leave no signs behind, no markers, no clues. Their goal was clear: hide it so well that only they could ever find it again. But things didn't go as planned. Not long after hiding the treasure, the Mary Dear was captured by a Spanish patrol ship still searching for the stolen cargo. Thompson and his crew were taken prisoner and questioned harshly. Eventually, under the threat of execution, Thompson agreed to guide the Spanish back to the buried treasure, hoping to save his life. But once they returned to the Cocos Islands, Thompson managed to escape into the jungle. Whether he was lucky, clever, or simply desperate, he disappeared into the thick forest and was never seen again. The Spanish soldiers, left with no map and no clear directions, searched the island for weeks but found nothing. The treasure was gone. In the years that followed, the story of the lost treasure of Lima spread around the world. Tales of gold coins stacked like barrels, emerald-covered silver crosses, and the legendary golden statue of Mary sparked the imaginations of sailors, adventurers, and treasure hunters everywhere. People from all over set off for the Cocos Islands, driven by hope, greed, and the dream of discovering the lost fortune. Over the next 200 years, more than 300 official search efforts were launched. Explorers, historians, and adventurers dug through the island's beaches and hills, but none found the treasure. Even a young Franklin D. Roosevelt, before he became President of the United States, took part in a treasure hunt on the island, believing he might help uncover the fortune. Still, the treasure remained hidden. With each failed search, speculation only grew. Some experts began to wonder if the treasure had ever really been hidden there at all, or if it had been secretly recovered and spread out long ago. But many historians pointed to records showing the treasure clearly left Lima and was never seen again. To them, the treasure was real, still buried, still waiting. Today, the Cocos Islands remain as mysterious and enticing as ever. Adventurers, divers, and researchers still visit, hoping they'll be the ones to finally uncover the treasure. Tunnels have been dug, beaches have been scanned, and even underwater searches have been tried. But the treasure continues to sleep under the island's thick jungle or hidden sand. In 1997, UNESCO named the Cocos Islands a World Heritage Site. While this helped protect the island's natural beauty and history, it also made treasure hunting more complicated. Now, anyone searching for the treasure has to follow strict rules to avoid damaging the land or its history. And so, the lost treasure of Lima remains exactly what its name suggests: lost. Somewhere on that remote island, maybe under soft earth or hidden under tangled roots, a fortune has been resting in silence for over 2 centuries. As time goes on, the line between legend and fact grows blurrier. Still, the story continues to stir our imaginations. Will the treasure ever be found? Or is its true purpose to remain hidden forever, tempting each new generation to keep searching? In the heart of ancient Alexandria, a city built by a conqueror and filled with wonder, one of history's greatest mysteries began, where another treasure disappeared under mysterious circumstances. This one linked directly to one of history's most famous leaders, Alexander the Great. Alexander, born in 356 BCE, was no ordinary king. Even while he was alive, people saw him almost like a god, a fearless conqueror whose military campaigns stretched from Greece through Persia and all the way into India. By the time he was 32, Alexander had created an empire larger than anything the world had seen, spreading Greek culture across much of the known world. But in 323 BCE, Alexander suddenly died in Babylon, one of the great cities of ancient Mesopotamia. His unexpected death caused confusion and uncertainty throughout his empire. Right after his death, his generals argued over where he should be buried. In ancient times, a leader's final resting place wasn't just about tradition. It was a powerful symbol of legacy and authority. At first, the plan was to return Alexander's body to Macedonia, where he was born, so he could be buried there with full honor. But as the funeral procession began its long journey home, it was famously interrupted. One of Alexander's most loyal generals, Ptolemy, who had taken control of Egypt, intercepted the body. He understood how important it would be to bury Alexander in Egypt, especially in Alexandria, the city Alexander had founded and named after himself. Ptolemy redirected the body there, making sure the conqueror would rest in the city he had created. This was no ordinary burial. Alexander was placed in a golden sarcophagus, beautifully decorated, and buried in a grand tomb known as the Soma. The tomb quickly became one of the most important places to visit in the ancient world. People from across the empire came to Alexandria to pay their respects. Kings, philosophers, generals, and even ordinary travelers made the journey to stand before the tomb of the legendary conqueror. Alexander's resting place was more than just a monument. It became a symbol of power. Being close to Alexander meant being close to greatness. Over the next few centuries, many well-known figures are said to have visited Alexander's tomb. Julius Caesar reportedly visited to honor him. The Roman Emperor Augustus also came and, according to legend, accidentally broke a piece of Alexander's nose when he touched his body. Emperor Caligula later visited too, and is said to have taken Alexander's breastplate as a souvenir. For many Roman leaders, visiting the tomb was a way to show their respect and to connect themselves to the greatest military leader in history. But over time, something strange happened. Mentions of Alexander's tomb became less frequent and less clear. After the Roman era, Alexandria went through a series of disasters and invasions. Earthquakes hit the city, fires broke out, and armies marched through. With each new crisis, parts of the city were destroyed or changed. Old landmarks were lost. Records faded. At some point, during the later Roman or early Byzantine period, Alexander's golden sarcophagus disappeared. The tomb that had once drawn people from all over the world simply vanished from written history. Since then, historians, archaeologists, and treasure hunters have been trying to solve the mystery. What happened to Alexander the Great's tomb? Many theories have been suggested. Some believe the tomb still lies somewhere under modern Alexandria, buried beneath streets and buildings. Others think it was destroyed or moved during wars and invasions. Over the years, new clues have sparked hope. Excavations in Alexandria have uncovered ancient tunnels, tombs, and hidden rooms beneath the city. Each new find raises the same question. Could one of these be Alexander's final resting place? But so far, his golden sarcophagus remains missing. In 1798, when Napoleon's army invaded Egypt, his soldiers searched Alexandria for the tomb. They found ruins, monuments, and ancient artifacts, but not the tomb they hoped to find. Still, the legend lived on. In the 20th century, more digs were done in Alexandria. Archaeologists found large tomb complexes, temples, and beautiful mosaics buried under the city. These discoveries gave us a better picture of ancient Alexandria, but none revealed the tomb of Alexander. In recent decades, advanced tools like ground-penetrating radar, satellite scans, and digital records have helped archaeologists search deeper than ever. Many modern historians now believe that Alexander's tomb is still hidden under the modern city, possibly still intact. But finding the exact spot is very difficult. The city has been built and rebuilt so many times that layers of history lie buried under homes, roads, and buildings. One interesting discovery happened in the 1990s, when archaeologists explored ancient underground tunnels in central Alexandria. These tunnels, called the catacombs of Kom-el-Shokafa, were filled with carvings, burial chambers, and art that mixed Greek, Egyptian, and Roman styles, the exact kind of design that might surround Alexander's tomb. But even after detailed searches, no trace of the tomb was found. Then in 2018, another clue sparked excitement. A huge granite sarcophagus was found buried under a street in Alexandria. The stone coffin was tightly sealed and carved from solid granite. Right away, people wondered, could this be it? Was this finally the tomb of Alexander the Great? But when the coffin was opened, it held only 3 unknown skeletons floating in strange red liquid. The find was disappointing, but the attention it received showed just how strongly the world still cares about this mystery. The search goes on. Alexandria is a busy, modern city today, but underneath its streets are layers of ancient ruins, many still unexplored. Archaeologists believe that Alexander's tomb, or parts of it, could still be buried there, waiting to be found. What makes the search so meaningful isn't just the hope of finding treasure. It's what the tomb represents, the final resting place of a leader whose life changed the course of history. Finding Alexander's tomb would be more than just a discovery. It would be a moment that connects us directly to the ancient world. Will Alexander's golden sarcophagus ever be found again? Maybe. Perhaps one day, a new excavation or new technology will uncover it, solving a mystery that has lasted for more than 2,000 years. But until that day comes, the tomb of Alexander the Great remains one of the world's greatest mysteries, a silent puzzle buried somewhere beneath the streets of Alexandria, waiting patiently to be found. Having explored the fate of the resting place of Alexander the Great, let's now go even further back in time, into a mystery that has fascinated people for thousands of years. A treasure so well known yet so hard to find that just hearing its name brings to mind ancient secrets and powerful meaning. The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant holds a special place not only in religious history, but also in the human imagination. Described in detail in the Hebrew Bible, it was built by the Israelites following specific instructions given to Moses. Made from acacia wood and covered completely with pure gold, the ark was about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet tall, a beautiful and sacred chest designed to hold holy objects. On top of the ark sat a lid called the mercy seat, also made of pure gold, decorated with 2 carefully carved angels, cherubim, whose wings reached toward each other, forming a protective arch over what was inside. Inside the ark were 3 very important items: the stone tablets with the 10 commandments given to Moses by God on Mount Sinai, Aaron's rod, which represented divine power and miracles, and a pot of manna, the food that God provided to the Israelites during their time in the desert. These objects made the ark much more than just a holy chest. It was seen as a direct link between God and the people, and the physical symbol of God's presence on earth. Because of how sacred it was, the ark was not something anyone could approach. Only the high priest of Israel could go near it, and only once a year on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. When the Israelites traveled or went into battle, the ark went with them, carried by special poles so that no one would ever touch it directly. It was handled only by Levites, a group chosen to serve in religious roles. The ark was believed to offer protection, guidance, and blessings. One well-known story tells how the Israelites carried the ark around the city walls of Jericho. On the 7th day, after trumpets sounded and the people shouted, the walls fell, giving the Israelites a powerful and unexpected victory. Stories like this helped shape the ark's image as a symbol of divine help and extraordinary power. Eventually, the ark was placed in Jerusalem, in a special inner room called the Holy of Holies, inside the first temple, which was built by King Solomon. Hidden behind a curtain and out of view, the ark became the most sacred item in all of ancient Israel. People traveled long distances to visit the temple, comforted by the idea that God's presence, through the ark, was with them and protecting their nation. But history took a turn, leading to one of the biggest mysteries about the ark. What happened to it? In 586 BCE, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon invaded Jerusalem, destroyed Solomon's temple, and forced many Israelites into exile. After this event, the ark is barely mentioned again in religious or historical texts. Interestingly, detailed Babylonian records list the treasures taken from the temple, but the ark is not included. This has led historians and scholars to wonder, where did it go? Over time, many theories and stories have tried to answer that question. One popular idea is that priests knew the Babylonians were coming and secretly hid the ark. Some believe it was placed in secret rooms under the Temple Mount or hidden in nearby caves, waiting to be recovered later. Archaeologists and treasure hunters have searched these areas for years and have found old tunnels and chambers, but no sign of the ark. Another well-known theory points to Ethiopia. According to Ethiopian tradition, the ark was brought there by Menelik, the son of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Today, many Ethiopians believe the ark is kept in the Chapel of the Tablet at the Church of St. Mary of Zion in the city of Aksum. Only one priest, called the Guardian, is allowed to enter the chapel, He watches over the ark for life. But because no one else is allowed inside, no one outside the church has seen it. This makes the claim hard to prove and keeps it wrapped in mystery. There's also a theory that says the ark might have ended up in Egypt. Some people believe it was hidden in tombs or sacred sites in the desert during a time of crisis. Over the years, explorers and researchers have searched the Egyptian desert for clues, hoping to find the lost ark. The mystery of the ark has gone far beyond history and religion. It has become part of global culture. It shows up in books, documentaries, and especially in movies. Most famously, the ark played a major role in the film Raiders of the Lost Ark, which helped renew public interest in the legend. But even with all this attention, the true ark has never been found. Scholars, archaeologists, and scientists are also fascinated by the ark, not just for its religious meaning, but for what it may have been from a technical perspective. Some modern theories suggest the ark might have had special features, like building up static electricity or creating electromagnetic fields, that could explain why people thought it was dangerous to touch. These ideas are interesting, but there's no solid evidence to support them, and they remain in the area of speculation and imagination. In recent years, there have been new efforts to find the ark, using modern tools like satellite images, ground-penetrating radar, and careful digs in places like Jerusalem, Egypt, and parts of Africa. Every time something new is discovered, an old room, a hidden tunnel, or an ancient object, people hope it might finally lead to the ark. But so far, no definite proof has been found. Part of what keeps people interested in the ark is the mystery itself. It stands at the intersection of history, faith, and legend. Some people believe the ark is still hidden, protected until the right time comes. Others believe its real power now lies in the stories, values, and lessons it represents. Today, the Ark of the Covenant remains one of the most fascinating unsolved mysteries of all time, a puzzle that might never be fully answered. And maybe that's part of its appeal. Whether it was hidden, lost, or destroyed, the Ark's legacy lives on, just beyond the edges of history itself. After visiting the mysteries of ancient relics and distant deserts, let's now step into the elegant halls of European history, where treasure doesn't always mean gold coins or hidden artifacts, but something just as impressive and completely unique. Imagine, if you can, an entire room glowing in warm amber and shining gold, so beautiful that people once called it the eighth wonder of the world. This treasure is the famous Amber Room, a masterpiece whose mysterious disappearance still captures the imagination of historians, treasure hunters, and dreamers today. The story of the Amber Room begins in early 18th century Prussia, during the rule of King Frederick I. He was a fan of art, luxury, and beauty, and wanted something truly special to show off Prussian style and craftsmanship. In 1701, he hired skilled artists and workers to build a room like no other, made entirely from panels of golden amber, a precious material often called the gold of the North. Amber is fossilized tree sap, valued for its rich honey color and its amazing ability to reflect light. For this project, craftsmen carefully carved, polished, and arranged amber panels, decorating them with gold leaf and detailed mosaics. When finished, the Amber Room was stunning, full of golden tones, fine carvings, and a warm glow that amazed anyone who walked in. But the Amber Room didn't stay in Prussia for long. In 1716, hoping to build a stronger political relationship, Frederick William I gave the Amber Room as a gift to Tsar Peter the Great of Russia. The room was carefully taken apart, packed into crates, and sent hundreds of miles from Prussia to Russia. It was eventually rebuilt in the Grand Catherine Palace near St. Petersburg. In Russia, the Amber Room became even more impressive. Russian artists and craftsmen expanded and improved it, placing it in an even larger and more elegant space. Once finished, the room covered over 590 square feet and included amber mosaics, gold decorations, detailed mirrors, and rich furniture. It became one of the most well-known parts of the palace, a clear symbol of wealth and amazing artistic skill. For over 200 years, the Amber Room amazed visitors from all over the world. Ambassadors, royals, artists, and everyday guests were stunned by its glowing beauty. Old letters and records describe people standing in silence, overwhelmed by its warm light and rich golden colors. It seemed as if the room was alive, softly glowing and welcoming all who entered. Then World War II began, bringing violence, destruction, and chaos across Europe. In 1941, German forces invaded the Soviet Union and quickly advanced toward St. Petersburg, called Leningrad at the time. The priceless treasures of the Catherine Palace, including the Amber Room, were suddenly in danger. Russian curators and museum staff worked hard to save what they could, rushing to take apart or hide artworks and valuable items. But the Amber Room was a special problem. After so many years, the amber panels had become dry and fragile, and they were too delicate to remove quickly and safely. Instead, museum workers tried to hide the Amber Room by covering it with wallpaper, hoping that German soldiers wouldn't notice it. Unfortunately, the plan didn't work. Nazi troops soon found the Amber Room and immediately understood how valuable and rare it was. German soldiers carefully took the room apart again, packed the fragile pieces into crates, and sent them to Königsberg Castle, now in the city of Kaliningrad. There, the Amber Room was rebuilt and proudly displayed as a symbol of Nazi power and success. But as the war went on and Germany started to lose ground, the fate of the Amber Room became more uncertain. In 1944, Allied bombing destroyed much of Königsberg. After the war ended, Soviet forces arrived and searched for the missing Amber Room. They explored Königsberg Castle thoroughly, hoping to recover their lost treasure. But the Amber Room was nowhere to be found. It had disappeared without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. Its disappearance led to many theories and decades of searching. Some experts believe the Amber Room was destroyed in the bombing, with the fragile amber burning in the intense fires. Others think German soldiers moved it before the bombing, hiding it deep in underground tunnels or in remote caves in Europe. Some stories even claim it was loaded onto secret Nazi submarines, meant to be used as a tool for negotiation after the war. In the decades that followed, interest in the missing Amber Room only grew. Historians, treasure hunters, and even governments launched searches to find the lost masterpiece. People looked everywhere, from deep lakes in Germany to hidden bunkers in Poland and secret caves in Austria. Many searches were done, but almost all came up empty. Some people claimed they found tiny pieces or clues, but most of the Amber Room is still missing. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union, and later, Russia, began a massive project in the late 1900s to rebuild a perfect copy of the Amber Room in its original home in the Catherine Palace. Using old photographs, documents, and a few surviving amber fragments, skilled workers and artists carefully recreated the room piece by piece. After decades of careful effort, the replica opened to the public in 2003, letting people see what the Amber Room once looked like. The replica is beautiful and detailed, but it also reminds everyone of the original's strange and unsolved disappearance. The real Amber Room, with all of its history, mystery, and magic, is still lost. It might still be hidden somewhere, waiting to be found. The reason the Amber Room still matters goes beyond just the lost artwork. It stands for beauty, creativity, and the fragile nature of culture in times of war. Every year, thousands of people visit the replica Amber Room, not just to enjoy its beauty, but to think about what was lost. And so, the mystery continues. The Amber Room remains one of history's most famous and haunting puzzles. Maybe it was destroyed in war. Maybe it was hidden and still waits to be found. Either way, its story continues to remind us that some of the greatest treasures in the world aren't just gold or jewels, but the stories, memories, and secrets they carry, quietly waiting for someone, someday, to uncover them. From shimmering chambers of amber, we now step into the shadowy halls of a different kind of treasure, a lost library surrounded by history, mystery, and legend. It's a library so remarkable that its disappearance still fascinates historians and treasure hunters today. This is the story of the lost library of Ivan the Terrible, known in Russia as Ivan Grozny. Ivan IV, better known as Ivan the Terrible, ruled Russia during the 1500s and became its first czar in 1547. His reign was full of ambition and dramatic change, with both cultural growth and periods of fear and violence. Yet among the many parts of Ivan's complicated legacy, there's one mystery that stands out: a large collection of ancient books and manuscripts that he inherited and added to, known as the Library of Ivan the Terrible. The story of this library begins before Ivan's time, with his grandmother, Sophia Palaiologina, a Byzantine princess. She was the niece of Constantine XI, the last emperor of Byzantium, who died when Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453. When Sophia married Ivan III, Ivan the Terrible's grandfather, she brought with her a priceless dowry: hundreds of rare Greek manuscripts, religious scrolls, classical writings, and historical records from the fallen Byzantine Empire. After arriving in Moscow, Sophia's books became the start of what would grow into a major library, added to by Ivan III, and later by Ivan IV. Despite his harsh rule, Ivan the Terrible was highly educated and had a strong interest in history, religion, politics, and literature. Under his leadership, the library became one of the most impressive collections in Russia at the time. Records from the period say it held rare items like Greek and Latin classics, religious documents, and possibly even texts from the famous Library of Alexandria. Many of these manuscripts were said to be one of a kind, with no other copies anywhere in the world. But after Ivan's death in 1584, the entire collection vanished. Since then, the fate of the library has remained one of Russia's biggest historical mysteries. One leading theory is that Ivan, worried about enemies and wanting to protect the collection, hid the library in an underground vault or secret room beneath the Kremlin or nearby buildings. The Kremlin, a huge fortress in Moscow filled with palaces, churches, and government offices, is known to have secret tunnels, hidden rooms, and passageways. Ivan was famously paranoid and always feared plots against him, so hiding the library underground would fit with his secretive behavior. This idea has gained support over time, with some researchers and treasure hunters pointing to records that mention hidden entrances beneath churches, behind walls, or under floors. Others suggest underground rooms beneath Kremlin towers or palaces, but even after years of careful searching and modern archaeological efforts, no solid evidence has ever been found. Another common theory is that the library was moved out of Moscow to protect it during times of unrest. Russia's long history of wars and invasions often forced people to move valuable items to safer places like remote monasteries or noble estates. Some historians believe Ivan's trusted supporters may have secretly transported the library after his death, during a period of political chaos known as the Time of Troubles. According to this theory, the library could still be hidden far from Moscow, buried under the floor of an old monastery, or locked away in an ancient archive. Interest in the lost library didn't fade over time. In fact, during the 1800s and 1900s, it only grew stronger. Even the Soviet government took the mystery seriously. Several secret digs and research efforts were carried out beneath the Kremlin in hopes of finding the library. Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, who admired Ivan the Terrible and Russia's imperial past, reportedly supported these efforts. Teams of researchers, including historians and archaeologists, explored hidden chambers and underground spaces, hoping to find the lost books. But despite their efforts, the library remained hidden. In more recent years, some experts have started to question whether the library really existed in the huge size described in stories. They suggest that the tales might have been exaggerated over time, influenced by pride, myths, and imagination. Still, Even these skeptics agree that a valuable collection of manuscripts did exist, just maybe not as large or legendary as later stories claimed. Either way, its disappearance left a lasting impression on Russian history and culture. Another theory suggests the library didn't disappear all at once, but slowly, over time. Paper and old materials are vulnerable to moisture, fire, pests, and neglect. During the difficult years that followed Ivan's death, especially during the 1600s, the library could have been damaged, broken apart, or even quietly destroyed. But this idea doesn't explain why there's almost no trace left. Normally, even if a collection is damaged or lost, at least some pieces, notes, or copies survive. In this case, there's very little. To this day, researchers, historians, and curious explorers continue the search. Thanks to modern technology, like ground-penetrating radar, digital archives, and advanced archaeological tools, new searches are still carried out beneath Moscow, in monasteries, and at old countryside estates. Each dig or discovery brings new hope that the lost library could be found, maybe behind a forgotten wall, under a monastery floor, or in a long-sealed tunnel beneath the Kremlin. The reason this mystery keeps people fascinated is clear. Ivan's library wasn't just a group of old books. It was a link to ancient empires, lost knowledge, and if found, it could hold answers to historical questions, long-forgotten stories, and priceless insights into the past. That's why, even today, some believe that deep beneath the streets of Moscow, under the subway lines, shops, and office buildings, the lost library may still be resting, undisturbed, and with each passing year, the legend grows stronger, its secrets still safely hidden by time. The glitter fades, and the silence of stone takes hold. Imperial splendor gives way to ancient might as we enter the realm of China's first emperor, where an underground empire still guards secrets untouched for over 2,000 years. Among these wonders, one tomb stands out for its mystery and historical importance. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang, China's first emperor. Born Yingzheng, Qin Shi Huang is remembered as the powerful and sometimes controversial ruler who unified China in 221 BCE. He ended centuries of war between rival states and laid the foundation for the country we know today. His rule brought major changes, standardizing writing, currency, and measurements, and launching massive building projects, including early parts of the Great Wall. But of all his achievements, none is quite as fascinating as the massive tomb he built for himself, an underground world so vast and complex that much of it still hasn't been explored. Located near Xi'an in China's Shanxi province, the tomb has captured the imagination for over 2,000 years. Ancient texts mentioned its wonders, but the full scope wasn't known until 1974, when farmers digging a well-found pieces of clay figures. They had accidentally uncovered what would become one of the most important archaeological discoveries ever, a life-sized army of terracotta soldiers, carefully arranged in formation to guard the emperor's tomb. This terracotta army, about 8,000 unique detailed warriors, along with horses and chariots, was just the beginning. As more of the site was uncovered, it became clear the tomb complex was far bigger and more intricate than anyone had guessed, covering an area of 22 square miles. The tomb itself is like an underground palace, built to reflect Qin Shi Huang's power and his vision of life after death. Ancient Chinese historian Sima Qian wrote detailed accounts of the tomb's construction. The central mound, now a grassy hill, once stood nearly 350 feet tall. The tomb reportedly took decades to build and involved hundreds of thousands of workers. Sima Qian described rooms filled with treasures, art, and rare metals, an eternal home for a ruler who dreamed of living forever. One of the most intriguing details was the mention of rivers and lakes made of flowing mercury, meant to mimic real landscapes. Modern scans have detected high mercury levels in the tomb area, backing up the ancient story. Still, the emperor's actual burial chamber remains untouched. Chinese archaeologists have chosen not to open it, both out of respect and because current technology may not be enough to protect whatever lies inside. items made of silk, wood, or lacquer, could fall apart when exposed to air. There's also the risk of damaging artwork or other delicate objects, as has happened in tombs elsewhere in the world. In recent years, digs around the tomb have uncovered thousands more items: bronze chariots, jade ornaments, pottery, weapons, and even figures of performers meant to entertain the emperor in the afterlife. Each find adds to our understanding of how Qin Shi Huang saw death, not as an end, but as a continuation of his rule. Yet experts believe most of the tomb remains hidden. Many rooms and artifacts likely still lie underground, waiting for the right time to be revealed. So why not open the tomb now? Beyond the technical challenges, there's a cultural reason. In Chinese tradition, deep respect is given to ancestors and important figures. Many believe the tomb should stay undisturbed, preserving its dignity and mystery for future generations. There are also old records that speak of defenses inside the tomb, like crossbows set to fire at intruders and traps to protect the emperor's remains. These systems may no longer work, but archaeologists remain cautious. What makes Qin Shi Huang's tomb so fascinating isn't just the gold or relics it might contain. It raises bigger questions about power, legacy, and the human desire to be remembered. In seeking immortality, Qin Shi Huang created a monument that keeps his story alive even today. His tomb is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, drawing millions of visitors who come to see the terracotta army, explore nearby museums, and wonder what lies beneath the untouched mound. And so, the emperor's resting place waits, quiet, sealed, and still full of secrets. One day, we may be ready to open it with the care and respect it deserves. Until then, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang remains one of the world's greatest archaeological mysteries, a lasting symbol of one man's quest to live forever. With the silent mysteries of China's ancient emperor remaining unknown, we now head west, deep into the heart of Europe, to explore another legendary treasure that has sparked curiosity for over 1,000 years, the treasure of Alaric. This story takes us back to the early 5th century, a time when the once powerful Roman Empire was starting to fall apart. Rome, once thought to be unstoppable, was crumbling from the inside due to political problems, corruption, and constant invasions from outside forces. One of those invading groups was the Visigoths, a Germanic tribe led by their determined and ambitious king, Alaric I. Born around 370 CE near the Danube River, Alaric grew up watching the Roman Empire weaken. As he rose to lead his people, he saw a chance to challenge Roman power. He led his forces in bold attacks across Roman lands, but Alaric wasn't just a raider hoping to steal riches. He was smart and strategic. He wanted more than treasure. He wanted land, respect, and a place for his people within the Roman world. Over and over, he tried to make deals with Roman leaders, asking for recognition and land, but each time, they rejected him. Frustrated and ready to send a message the world would never forget, Alaric made a daring move. In the year 410 CE, he and his Visigothic army broke through the defenses of Rome itself, becoming the first to successfully sack the city in hundreds of years. The fall of Rome shocked the ancient world. For 3 days, his troops moved through the city, taking huge amounts of gold, silver, jewels, art, and treasures from Roman homes, temples, and government buildings. The amount of wealth taken was said to be so great that it filled hundreds of wagons, golden statues, sparkling gems, thousands of silver coins, and priceless items from every corner of the empire. Still, Alaric had bigger plans. He didn't just want the treasure, he wanted to create a permanent homeland for his people, and he aimed to do this in North Africa. To get there, he needed ships, so he led his army south through Italy toward the coast. But before he could make it, tragedy struck. Alaric became seriously ill and died suddenly from a fever. His death shocked his people, who now faced the loss of both their leader and their best chance at finding a homeland. To honor Alaric properly, his people decided to bury him in a way that matched his greatness, and this is where history becomes legend. According to ancient sources, including the Roman historian Jordanes, Alaric's warriors temporarily redirected the flow of a river near the town of Cosenza in southern Italy. While the riverbed was dry, they dug a hidden tomb, placed Alaric's body and all the treasure inside, then sealed it and allowed the river to flow back over the site, hiding it forever under the water and mud. To keep the tomb's location a secret, the story goes that the workers involved in the burial were killed, so no one would ever reveal its location. Alaric and the treasure vanished from sight, and with them, one of history's most intriguing mysteries was born. Over the centuries, the legend of Alaric's hidden treasure has fascinated historians, archaeologists, and treasure hunters. Many have searched the area around Cosenza, especially along the rivers, trying to find clues. Despite all the digging, diving, and research, no one has ever found the tomb or the treasure. Part of the challenge is that ancient sources like Jordanes, while interesting, aren't always clear or reliable. Some experts question whether the river burial ever happened, or if the story was exaggerated to discourage grave robbers. Others believe the river itself may have changed course over time due to natural events like earthquakes or floods, making the original location nearly impossible to identify today. Even so, the legend lives on. The city of Cosenza proudly embraces its connection to Alaric's story. Visitors walk along the Busento River, which many believe could be the river mentioned in the ancient texts. Some think the treasure might lie beneath the city's center, while others believe it could be hidden farther upstream or downstream, buried under centuries of soil and debris. In recent years, advanced technology has given archaeologists new tools to continue the search. Ground-penetrating radar, sonar scans, and underwater mapping have been used to study parts of the Busento River and nearby areas. These tools have revealed interesting geological details, but so far, nothing has confirmed the tomb's location. Despite the obstacles, the hunt for Alaric's treasure hasn't stopped. Historians still debate the story's accuracy, archaeologists continue scanning the land, and locals proudly share the tale with those who come to explore. Whether or not the treasure is ever found, the legend remains powerful, a reminder of a time when the Roman Empire was no longer untouchable, and a determined leader could leave a mark on history. What makes Alaric's treasure so captivating isn't just the wealth it might contain. It represents the fall of an era, the end of Rome's unchallenged power, and the rise of new forces that would reshape Europe. Alaric is remembered not only for his military skill, but also for the message he sent by bringing mighty Rome to its knees. Today, when people stand by the quiet waters of the Busento River, they often wonder what secrets lie below. Could Alaric's treasure still be buried under the flowing riverbed, sealed away under layers of rock and time? Or will it remain one of history's best-kept secrets, known only to the river that has hidden it for more than 1,600 years? Until someone finally uncovers the truth, the treasure of Alaric will remain exactly what it has always been. One of history's most lasting and fascinating mysteries, inviting each new generation to wonder, imagine, and explore. In the heart of the Far East, our search for legendary treasures now takes us to Japan, a land where history lives in steel, and one sword stands above them all. Among Japan's countless treasures, there is one particular relic that stands out, not just for its beauty or its craftsmanship, but for its mysterious disappearance and enduring legacy, the legendary Honjo Masamune sword. The story of the Honjo Masamune is not just a tale of a single sword, but a window into Japan's storied past, a past where swords were not just weapons, but symbols of honor, power, and incredible craftsmanship. To understand why this sword is so special, we need to go back to medieval Japan, to a time when sword-making was an art that combined technical skill, cultural tradition, and even spiritual meaning. The Honjo Masamune was created by one of Japan's most legendary swordsmiths, Masamune. Working around the late 13th and early 14th centuries during the Kamakura period, Masamune was famous for making blades of outstanding quality. His swords were known not only for their sharpness and strength, but also for their beauty, balance, and the almost mystical presence they seemed to carry. A Masamune blade was more than a weapon. It was seen as a masterpiece, made with techniques so refined that they're still admired today. What made Masamune's swords truly special wasn't just how they were made, but the ideas and values behind them. It was said that Masamune's blades represented calmness, grace, and discipline, qualities that were deeply respected by samurai warriors. A sword carrying his name wasn't just a deadly tool, it was a spiritual symbol, showing the dignity and honor of its owner. Of all the swords Masamune forged, the Honjo Masamune may have been his greatest creation. Its exact date of creation isn't known, but it quickly earned a reputation for being both stunning and powerful. The name Honjo comes from one of its early owners, Honjo Shigenaga, a respected samurai who lived during Japan's violent Sengoku period. The way Shigenaga came to own the sword is legendary in itself. According to historical accounts, during a fierce battle in the late 16th century, Honjo Shigenaga fought an opponent who wielded the Masamune blade. Shigenaga was seriously wounded in the fight, but managed to defeat his enemy. After the battle, he took the sword as a prize and immediately recognized it as something extraordinary. Even though it had injured him, he was so impressed by its quality that he kept it. He named it after himself, giving it the name it's known by today, the Honjo Masamune. From there, the sword continued its journey through history, eventually reaching some of Japan's most powerful rulers. It ended up in the hands of the Tokugawa family, who ruled during the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that lasted over 250 years. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, the Honjo Masamune became more than a remarkable sword. It became a national treasure and a symbol of the shogun's authority and right to rule. For generations, the Honjo Masamune was passed down within the Tokugawa family from one shogun to the next. It was not used in battle during this peaceful era. Instead, it was preserved as a priceless heirloom, a symbol of power and tradition. Although it was a weapon, it became a ceremonial object, respected for its craftsmanship, beauty, and what it represented. But history rarely stays still. In the late 19th century, Japan's Edo period came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate fell, and Japan began moving toward modernization. The Honjo Masamune was passed into the hands of the Imperial family and was officially named a national treasure by the Japanese government. For years, it was kept in Tokyo, protected and admired as one of Japan's most valuable historical items. Then came World War II. After Japan's defeat in 1945, the country entered a time of major change under Allied occupation. During this time, American forces ordered the surrender of all weapons, including many ancient swords. Even blades considered national treasures were collected, often with little record-keeping or formal tracking of where they were taken or who received them. It was during this period that the Honjo Masamune disappeared. Records show that the sword was handed over to a U.S. Army officer known as Sergeant Coldy B. Moore. But no officer with that exact name can be found in official records, suggesting the name may have been miswritten or misunderstood. After that, the trail goes cold. The Honjo Masamune vanished, and no one has seen it since. In the years that followed, historians, collectors, and sword enthusiasts have tried to track down the sword. Could it have ended up in a private collection, hidden away by someone who didn't realize what it was? Could it have been passed down in a family who never knew its importance? Theories have spread, but none have led to solid answers. Despite decades of searching and public calls for information, the sword has never resurfaced. The Honjo Masamune, once Japan's most treasured blade, is missing. Its disappearance is not just a loss of a weapon, but of a cultural masterpiece that represents some of the highest levels of Japanese craftsmanship. Today, the Honjo Masamune continues to fascinate people around the world. Sword lovers, historians, and collectors still hope to find it someday. It's inspired books, films, and documentaries, keeping its legend alive. In recent years, the Japanese government has even offered public appeals, asking anyone who might have information to come forward, promising amnesty and complete anonymity. Still, no trace of the sword has appeared. Maybe the mystery is part of what keeps the story alive. This was a sword made by Japan's greatest swordsmith, carried by heroic warriors and powerful rulers, lost in the confusion of a world at war. Its story is no longer just about a missing object, it's about the fragility of history and the value of preserving culture. The Honjo Masamune represents the skill of Japanese artisans, the honor of the samurai, and the deep connection between tradition and identity. As we think about the Honjo Masamune, we are drawn not only to the question of where it is, but also to what it means. It reminds us how easily even the most important treasures can disappear, and how much they still matter to us. For now, the Honjo Masamune remains hidden, its fate unknown. But maybe one day it will be found, in a forgotten attic, a sealed collection, or a quiet display overlooked for years. Until then, the sword remains a legend, waiting patiently, its story unfinished, its spirit never forgotten. From Japan's mysterious vanished sword, we now turn westward, traveling across continents and centuries to another legendary treasure, one deeply connected to history, culture, and faith, the Menorah from the Second Temple. It's a relic whose disappearance has puzzled historians and captured imaginations for nearly 2,000 years. To understand why this ancient menorah matters so much, let's first go back in time to ancient Jerusalem during a period filled with history, conflict, and tradition. Around 516 BCE, after the Babylonian exile, the Jewish people rebuilt their sacred temple in Jerusalem. Known as the Second Temple, it became the spiritual and cultural center of ancient Israel for nearly 600 years, a symbol of faith, community, and resilience through both peaceful and troubled times. Among the many sacred objects that filled the temple, the menorah was likely the most important and respected. Unlike the smaller menorahs we know today, this one was large and imposing, a golden candelabrum that stood tall inside the temple's inner sanctuary. Based on detailed historical records, it was crafted entirely from solid gold, with 7 curved branches rising upward. It represented wisdom, divine light, and spiritual unity. The menorah wasn't just beautiful, it held deep meaning. It was a powerful symbol of hope and belief for the Jewish people. For generations, it lit the temple, its flames glowing across sacred spaces. The priests made sure its light never went out, maintaining it daily as a comforting, steady presence through changing times and events. But history has a way of shifting. By the 1st century CE, tensions and unrest were spreading through Judea, and the menorah's fate was about to change forever. In 70 CE, Jerusalem suffered one of its greatest tragedies. After a fierce Jewish revolt against Roman rule, Emperor Vespasian sent his son, General Titus, to crush the uprising. Titus and his army surrounded the city, launching a harsh siege. After months of fighting and starvation, Roman troops finally broke through Jerusalem's walls, destroying much of the city. The Second Temple, the heart of Jewish faith, was burned and torn down during the brutal attack. In the destruction that followed, Roman soldiers looted the temple, taking many priceless treasures. One of these was the golden menorah. Recognizing its great value, both in gold and in meaning, General Titus ordered it brought back to Rome as a trophy. It was carefully transported across the Mediterranean and proudly shown off during a massive victory parade. Historical sources, including the Arch of Titus in Rome, built to honor this conquest, show Roman soldiers carrying the menorah through the streets. This stone carving is one of the clearest surviving images of the original menorah, with its 7 branches and detailed design carved into history. After it arrived in Rome, the menorah was put on display in the Temple of Peace, a grand building built by Emperor Vespasian to show off treasures taken from around the empire. For many years, people came to see it, amazed by its size, beauty, and history. But its time in Rome didn't last forever. In 455 CE, Rome was invaded again, this time by the Vandals, a powerful tribe from North Africa. Their attack was quick and destructive, and among the treasures they took was the menorah. From that moment, the menorah once again disappeared into history. From here on, the trail becomes one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. Historians, religious scholars, and explorers have long tried to figure out what happened next. Some accounts say the menorah was taken to Carthage, the Vandals' capital, but that city too eventually fell, this time to the armies of Byzantine Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. Some historians believe the menorah was then taken to Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, where it was added to the imperial treasury. But after that, the record goes silent, and its fate becomes unknown. The menorah's disappearance has inspired all kinds of stories and theories. Some people believe it's hidden beneath Rome, possibly in underground vaults or catacombs below the Vatican. Over the centuries, many have searched beneath the streets and ruins of Rome, hoping to find it. But no one ever has. Another idea is that the menorah was melted down and turned into coins or other objects during difficult times, but many experts doubt this, since the menorah's meaning and status made it unlikely that anyone would destroy it without leaving a trace. During the Middle Ages, new rumors appeared. Some said Jewish priests had hidden the menorah under the ruins of the temple during the Roman attack, burying it for safekeeping. These claims led to several searches and digs around the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, but so far, nothing has been confirmed. In modern times, the missing menorah still sparks debate, research, and fascination. It's not just about a lost object, it's about a powerful piece of Jewish culture and identity. Many still believe it's out there somewhere, waiting to be found. In the meantime, replicas of the menorah can be found in synagogues, museums, and homes around the world, keeping its memory alive. When the State of Israel was created, the menorah was chosen as its official national emblem, a sign of continuity, strength, and hope that stretches back through the centuries. But even now, after so much searching, the real menorah from the Second Temple remains lost. Its disappearance is still one of the great mysteries of history, inviting us to imagine what could be and what might one day be uncovered. Maybe someday a forgotten document, a sealed chamber, or a chance discovery will reveal its hiding place, finally bringing this treasure back into view. Until then, the menorah remains quietly missing, its light not gone, but waiting, somewhere in the shadows of history. As the trail of the menorah fades into history, we arrive in another world of beauty and secrecy, among the marble corridors and glittering showcases of the Romanov dynasty, in search of the legendary Faberge eggs of the Romanovs. In the late 1800s, Russia was a land of wealth, grandeur, and strong traditions. At the heart of this lavish world was the Romanov dynasty, the ruling family that had led Russia for centuries. Tsar Alexander III, and later his son Nicholas II, lived in a world surrounded by incredible riches, their palaces filled with treasures collected from across the globe. It was in this world of luxury and tradition that a skilled jeweler named Peter Carl Faberge made his name. Working in St. Petersburg, Faberge was no ordinary craftsman. His exceptional skill and eye for detail quickly made him one of the most respected jewelers in Europe. He was known for creating beautiful, intricate pieces with care and creativity, and before long, he caught the attention of the Imperial family. The story of the Faberge eggs began in 1885. Tsar Alexander III wanted to give his wife, Empress Maria Fyodorovna, an unforgettable gift for Easter. In Russia, Easter was one of the most important holidays of the year, celebrated with religious services, family gatherings, and the exchange of decorated eggs as symbols of rebirth and hope. The Tsar wanted something truly special to mark the occasion and asked Faberge to create it. What Faberge delivered was both stunning and clever. A gold egg coated in white enamel that opened to reveal a golden yolk. Inside, the yolk was a small golden hen, and inside the hen was a miniature diamond crown and a tiny ruby pendant. The Empress was delighted. The gift was thoughtful, elegant, and full of surprises. From that moment, a new tradition was born. Each year after that, Faberge was commissioned to create a new Easter egg, each one more elaborate and imaginative than the last. When Nicholas II took the throne, he continued the tradition, giving eggs not just to his mother, Maria Feodorovna, but also to his wife, Alexandra. Faberge's designs became more detailed and inventive, with each egg showcasing incredible craftsmanship and often hiding surprises inside. Between 1885 and 1917, Faberge and his team created about 50 of these imperial eggs. Each one was unique, carefully designed, and filled with meaning. Many of them marked important events in the lives of the Romanovs or honored their personal interests. The eggs were made from precious materials like gold, silver, enamel, and rare gemstones, and often contained hidden miniatures, tiny portraits, mechanical features, or delicate sculptures like miniature ships and carriages. One of the most famous examples is the coronation egg, given by Nicholas II to Alexandra in 1897 to mark their coronation. The egg, covered in bright yellow enamel, opened to reveal a miniature replica of their imperial carriage, complete with opening doors and moving wheels. Another standout is the winter egg, made in 1913. It was carved from clear rock crystal, designed to look like ice, and decorated with diamonds that sparkled like frost. Inside was a tiny platinum basket filled with delicate white flowers, meant to represent spring. These eggs weren't just gifts. They were works of art, symbols of love, family, faith, and power. Each one captured a moment in time, a reflection of the world the Romanovs lived in. But as the eggs became more famous, so did the mystery surrounding what would eventually happen to them. In 1917, everything changed. The Russian Revolution swept across the country, bringing with it violence, unrest, and the fall of the Romanov dynasty. Nicholas II was forced to step down, and his family was placed under house arrest. Not long after, the entire imperial family was executed. Their possessions, including the Faberge eggs, were seized by the Bolsheviks, the new ruling power. In the years that followed, many of the eggs were moved from the palaces and hidden or placed in storage. Some were sold by the Soviet government to raise money for the struggling country. Wealthy collectors and museums around the world bought them, but others disappeared, lost, stolen, or forgotten during the chaos. Of the approximately 50 imperial eggs created, only 43 are known today. These are held in museums and private collections around the world. The remaining eggs, at least 7 of them, are still missing. Their whereabouts are unknown, making them one of history's most intriguing unsolved mysteries. Some of these eggs, like the hen with sapphire pendant egg from 1886 and the necessaire egg from 1889, are known only through written descriptions. No images or detailed records remain, leaving experts to wonder what they looked like and where they might be now. Over the years, some of these lost eggs have resurfaced in the most unexpected ways. In 2014, one such egg, the third imperial egg, was found by a scrap metal dealer in the United States. He had bought it for its gold content, not knowing what it really was. Only later did he discover, through research, that he had one of the missing Faberge eggs. The discovery caused a sensation and gave historians and collectors renewed hope that more of the missing eggs might still be out there. Today, the known Faberge eggs are displayed in places like the Kremlin Armory in Moscow, the Faberge Museum in St. Petersburg, and the Royal Collection in England. These museums take great care in presenting them, and thousands of visitors come to admire their delicate details and the incredible craftsmanship behind them. Meanwhile, the missing eggs continue to capture people's imagination. Over the years, researchers have followed leads through old records, auction houses, family histories, and private collections, hoping to find clues. Some believe the missing eggs were quietly sold to collectors who kept them hidden. Others think they may have been destroyed during the revolution. And there are those who hope that the eggs are still out there, tucked away in someone's attic, basement, or safety deposit box, waiting to be recognized for what they really are. While experts and treasure hunters continue the search, the lost Faberge eggs have taken on a kind of mythic status. They represent a world that disappeared almost overnight, a world of elegance, tradition, and artistic brilliance. They also remind us how quickly history can shift, and how even the most carefully preserved treasures can vanish. As you hear their story, you might wonder, could one of these long-lost eggs be sitting somewhere right now, completely overlooked? Maybe one day another egg will come to light, just like the one found in 2014, bringing with it another piece of the Romanovs' incredible story. Until then, the missing Faberge eggs remain one of the most captivating mysteries of the modern era. They are silent echoes of a lost empire, hidden treasures from a bygone age, still waiting to be found, and still reminding us of the beauty, tragedy, and wonder wrapped up in history. Throughout history, certain objects have stood for more than just power. They've come to represent a whole nation's identity. Some were so important that their loss became legendary. One of those treasures belonged to ancient China, a small, priceless jade seal called the Heirloom Seal of the Realm. This isn't just a story about a missing object. It's the story of how one artifact came to capture the heart of an empire, and how its disappearance left behind questions that historians are still trying to answer. Let's dive into the incredible history and ongoing mystery of China's most important seal. In ancient China, seals weren't just stamps for official documents. They stood for serious authority and control. And out of all the seals ever made, none was more important than the Heirloom Seal of the Realm. Made over 2,000 years ago, this small piece of jade became the most valued and most mysterious object in the country's history, sitting at the very center of imperial power. The story begins in 221 BCE, when Qin Shi Huang became China's first emperor. After years of war, he brought together the country's many warring kingdoms into one united empire. Wanting to make his new power official and undeniable, he ordered something special, a one-of-a-kind object that would represent his rule. His craftsmen chose the best jade they could find, a stone that had long been admired in China for its beauty, purity, and spiritual meaning. The jade they used was already famous. Known as the Heshibi jade, it had been cherished for generations and was considered priceless. It was the perfect choice for something this important. From that jade, artisans carved a seal and inscribed it with a powerful phrase, "Having received the mandate from heaven, may the emperor lead a long and prosperous life." These weren't just nice words. They meant that the emperor's right to rule came from heaven itself, giving him divine approval. Qin Shi Huang understood how powerful that message was. He used the seal to stamp laws and orders, making it a key part of running the empire. But to him, it wasn't just a tool. It was sacred. He saw it as something that should be passed down from emperor to emperor, a symbol of rightful rule and lasting power. Over time, as dynasties came and went, the heirloom seal became a central part of succession. Holding the seal wasn't just about possession. It was proof that you had the right to rule. Whenever new dynasties rose to power, their leaders did whatever they could to get the seal, knowing it would help legitimize their claim. But the seal's journey through history wasn't smooth. Because it was so important, it was often the target of schemes, thefts, and secrets. In times of trouble, it was hidden away, sometimes vanishing for years before reappearing in the hands of a new ruler. This only added to its legend, as the story of the seal became more mysterious over time. Historical records say the seal passed from dynasty to dynasty. During the chaotic Three Kingdoms period, it changed hands several times, taken by powerful warlords trying to prove their legitimacy. Later, in the Tang dynasty, emperors kept it close, knowing how much it meant. But the most puzzling part of the seal's history began in the 10th century, during a time known as the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period. At that point, China was divided again into many smaller kingdoms, all competing for control. Around 960 CE, just as the Song dynasty started to bring unity back to the country, the seal vanished. No one knows exactly how or why. It's one of the greatest mysteries in Chinese history. There are lots of theories. Some say the seal was lost during a battle, maybe buried or dropped in the chaos to stop it from being taken. Others believe loyal followers may have hidden it, hoping it could be passed on to a future emperor. A few think it might have been secretly handed down through certain families, protected in secret for generations. Whatever really happened, the loss of the seal was a big deal. Later emperors had to make new seals to represent their power, but none of them carried the same meaning or prestige. The original seal left a noticeable gap in the tradition of imperial rule. For more than 1,000 years, people have been searching for the heirloom seal. Every now and then, rumors pop up. Claims of hidden tombs, old texts with clues, or sealed-off rooms filled with treasure. But so far, every lead has turned up empty. One of the most well-known stories says the seal was buried in the massive tomb of Qin Shi Huang himself, possibly guarded by the Terracotta Army. Others think it might have been smuggled out of the country during one of China's many invasions, or hidden away in a forgotten temple or palace, waiting to be found. To this day, the heirloom seal remains missing. No one knows where it is, but people haven't stopped looking. Historians, collectors, and treasure hunters still hold out hope that it's out there somewhere, waiting to be discovered. Even though it's lost, the seal still has a strong presence in Chinese culture. Modern China still honors what it stands for, a symbol of the country's long history, its leadership, and its cultural identity. You can find replicas of the seal in museums and private collections, made to remind people of its importance. Sometimes, artifacts show up that cause a stir, imperial jade seals found at auctions or in private collections. They're carefully examined, with experts comparing every detail to historical descriptions, but none have ever matched the heirloom seal exactly, keeping the mystery alive. In recent years, the story of the seal has captured imaginations far beyond China. Documentaries, books, and global treasure hunts have all explored its possible fate, bringing the legend to new audiences. The seal continues to fascinate because it represents something bigger than just a lost object. It's about history, power, and the deep human need to understand the past. What's most intriguing is the idea that the heirloom seal might still be out there, resting somewhere beneath the ground, tucked away in an old building, or quietly passed down through generations. Maybe one day someone will find it, or maybe it will remain a mystery forever. Today, the heirloom seal of the realm is still considered one of the greatest lost treasures in history. Its story isn't over. It continues to fuel curiosity, spark theories, and remind us that some objects carry more than just material value. They carry the weight of history itself. Across oceans to a different kind of mystery, one that rests quietly beneath the waves. This is the remarkable and still undiscovered treasure of the Flor de la Mar, a ship whose story is filled with adventure, ambition, and in the end, tragedy. It was November of the year 1511, right when the Portuguese Empire was at its strongest. Portugal was quickly becoming a major naval power, sending ships all over the world, bringing back incredible wealth and creating trade routes that would reshape global history. At the center of this growing network of trade and exploration was a legendary fleet called the Portuguese India Armadas, a fleet created to carry huge riches from the east back to Europe. Among those ships, one stood out as the biggest and most impressive, the Flor de la Mar, which means flower of the sea. Built in Lisbon in 1502, this massive carrack was built specifically to serve Portugal's big plans for expansion, discovery, and gaining wealth. The Flor de la Mar was known not just for her size, but for her ability to survive long and risky trips across unknown waters. During nearly 10 years at sea, the Flor de la Mar went through more than her fair share of problems. She was damaged by storms, involved in battles, and often needed major repairs. But even with all these setbacks, she remained one of Portugal's most important ships. She took part in major battles, helped with colonial missions, and carried large amounts of treasure back to Lisbon. But the ship's most well-known journey, the one that would make her a legend, happened in 1511, under the command of the experienced Portuguese captain Afonso de Albuquerque. Albuquerque wasn't just any captain. He was the governor of Portuguese India, known for his bold goals and fearless reputation. That year, he and his fleet captured Malacca, what is now Malacca in Malaysia, a major trading city in a strategic location on the Malay Peninsula. Taking Malacca from local forces was a turning point for the region and gave Portugal even more power and wealth. After their victory, the Portuguese gathered an enormous treasure: crates packed with gold, precious stones, jewels, priceless objects, and other valuable goods. Historical records describe the treasure from Malacca as astonishing, with riches gathered from different kingdoms across Asia. It was likely one of the most valuable loads any ship had ever carried. To take this treasure back to Portugal, Albuquerque chose the Flor de la Mar, trusting her strength and size to carry the priceless cargo safely. The ship was loaded with chests full of gold coins, fine porcelain from China, silk garments decorated with detailed patterns, beautifully carved furniture, and sparkling jewels. The Flor de la Mar left Malacca for Portugal in late 1511, her decks filled with what may have been the richest treasure ever put to sea. But things didn't go as planned. Right away, the trip became dangerous. Sailing through the Strait of Malacca was difficult, even for a skilled captain like Albuquerque. Strong currents and tricky winds made the journey slow and exhausting for the crew. Still, Albuquerque pushed forward, refusing to give up on the treasure they had worked so hard to collect. Then, disaster struck. As the ship neared the coast of Sumatra, close to what's now the Strait of Malacca, a powerful storm hit. Heavy rain slammed down on the ship, huge waves crashed against the hull, and strong winds tore at the sails. Even with the crew's best efforts, the Flor de la Mar started to take on water and became unstable. Soon, it was clear there was no way to save the ship. In the middle of the storm, sailors scrambled to survive, many grabbing hold of debris as the Flor de la Mar, weighed down by its treasure, broke apart and sank beneath the surface. The ship went down quickly, taking nearly all the treasure and many lives with it. Albuquerque barely survived, rescued from the raging waters by another Portuguese ship. When word of the sinking reached Europe, it caused immediate interest and shock. Portugal hadn't just lost a valuable ship. It had lost a fortune that could have changed the future of entire nations. Even though they had a general idea of where the ship had gone down, efforts to recover the treasure failed. The waters there were dangerous, with hidden reefs, strong currents, and low visibility. Early recovery missions were abandoned quickly, since the risk was too high compared to the chance of success. For hundreds of years afterward, the treasure of the Flor de la Mar stayed untouched, resting on the seafloor. Stories and rumors spread quickly among sailors, traders, and explorers, all fascinated by the idea of the vast treasure lying in silence beneath the waves. Many dreamed of finding it, picturing gold coins piled like barrels, chests overflowing with gems, and beautiful objects from across Asia lying in the deep. Over time, countless expeditions have tried to locate the wreck. Divers, treasure hunters, historians, and adventurers have searched the waters near Sumatra, scanning the ocean floor, diving into dark depths, and examining the many wrecks in the area. But despite all these efforts, no one has confirmed the exact location of the Flor de la Mar. In recent decades, interest in the lost treasure has only grown. Thanks to advances in underwater technology, modern treasure hunters have taken up the search again, using sonar mapping, remotely operated submersibles, and expert diving teams to explore the seabed. Even with all this equipment and careful planning, the ship's exact resting place and its massive cargo remain a mystery, hidden under centuries of sand, coral, and shifting currents. Some historians think the treasure may no longer exist in one place, saying that strong currents and time may have scattered the wreck and its cargo across the seafloor. Others believe the ship is still mostly intact, buried under layers of sediment and waiting to be uncovered. Today, the story of the Flor de la Mar continues to inspire treasure hunters, historians, and explorers from around the world. For both Malaysia and Portugal, the ship's story remains a source of national pride and fascination. The treasure itself represents more than just wealth. It's tied to a key moment in time, when exploration, trade, and ambition collided in a way that helped shape the modern world. As we explore these stories of mystery and lost treasure, the Flor de la Mar still lies somewhere below, silent and unseen, a reminder of the secrets the ocean can keep and of the human drive to search, uncover, and understand. Maybe someday a new generation of explorers will find it, and with it, a connection to a moment in history when the seas were filled with both great risk and incredible promise. Our next mystery brings us to Dublin, Ireland, in the early 20th century, a time and place where elegance, politics, and scandal came together in one of history's most intriguing thefts, the disappearance of the Irish crown jewels. Now, despite their royal name, the Irish crown jewels weren't traditional crowns or scepters. Instead, this treasured collection included an ornate star and a glittering badge, both made from pure gold and decorated with hundreds of priceless gemstones. These stunning pieces were the official symbols of the Order of St. Patrick, an exclusive honor created by King George III in 1783 to reward loyalty to the British crown in Ireland. The badge and star were marks of prestige, given only to a small group of nobles and distinguished individuals who had shown exceptional loyalty or service. The jewels themselves were remarkably beautiful. The centerpiece was the Star of St. Patrick, featuring bright emeralds, rubies, and Brazilian diamonds, all carefully set into gold. Each stone was expertly cut, catching the light in a way that made the entire piece seem almost magical. The badge of St. Patrick was just as impressive, covered in similar precious gems and crafted with the same level of skill and detail, representing some of the finest jewelry work from the late 1700s. For many years, the jewels were kept safely in Dublin Castle, which served as the main base of British administration in Ireland. They were stored behind strong doors, and their safekeeping was the job of one of Ireland's most respected offices, the Office of Arms. But in 1903, the Irish crown jewels were moved to a new location inside the castle. Sir Arthur Vickers, the Ulster King of Arms, the official responsible for overseeing heraldry and protecting ceremonial regalia, had the jewels relocated to a newly built strongroom. However, in a surprising oversight, Vickers soon realized the new strongroom lacked proper security. While the doors were solid, there was no alarm system, and surprisingly, no guards specifically assigned to watch over the priceless jewels. Even more concerning, several keys to the safe and adjoining rooms were not always accounted for. Vickers himself was known to misplace or lend out the keys to his associates. For objects of such importance, the security was far too relaxed. That carelessness would lead to disaster. On July 6, 1907, just over 4 years after the jewels were moved, Vickers went to collect them for a formal ceremony. To his shock and horror, they were gone. The safe had been opened and the jewels were missing. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that whoever took them must have had access to a working key. The theft caused immediate panic and embarrassment, reaching all the way to the top of the British royal family. News of the stolen jewels spread quickly, turning into an international scandal. Authorities launched an investigation right away and quickly concluded that the theft must have been an inside job. Suspicion focused on those with access to the keys, especially Vickers and his colleagues at Dublin Castle. A detailed investigation got underway. Detectives examined the crime scene closely and looked into every aspect of the case. But strangely, they found almost no physical evidence. There were no signs of a break-in, no fingerprints, and no clear leads. Interviews with the castle staff led nowhere, as most of the people questioned had solid alibis. Vickers himself came under intense pressure. He strongly maintained his innocence, but admitted to being careless with the keys. He expressed deep regret for how things had been handled. As the investigation stalled, rumors and speculation began to fill the silence. Some people believed there might have been political reasons behind the theft. At the time, Ireland was going through growing unrest, with calls for independence from British rule getting louder. Could nationalist sympathizers have stolen the jewels to embarrass the British government? Others pointed to personal motives or internal conflicts within the castle, perhaps someone with a grudge or someone looking to make a fortune. One of the most dramatic theories pointed at Vickers himself. Even though he kept insisting he was innocent, questions were raised about his judgment and private life. Whispers began to spread about secret affairs, unpaid debts, or a lifestyle that went beyond what his salary could afford. Vickers denied every accusation and stood by his character. But the scandal and the continuing suspicion eventually led to his removal from his role as Ulster King of Arms. He spent the rest of his life under a cloud of doubt, and he passed away without ever clearing his name. Despite all the investigations, both official and private, the Irish crown jewels were never recovered. In the years that followed, treasure hunters, amateur detectives, and historians continued to look for them. They searched through records, interviewed witnesses, and followed every possible lead. But every effort ended in disappointment, and the mystery only deepened. Over time, more claims and rumors popped up. Some believed the jewels had been taken apart shortly after the theft, with the individual gems sold off quietly to private collectors across Europe. Others thought the jewels had been hidden somewhere intact, waiting to be discovered. Unverified stories appeared now and then, tales of treasure buried in old estates, locked in secret compartments, or smuggled to faraway cities. But none of them ever led to solid proof. One especially interesting claim came from a well-known Dublin antique dealer who said he had seen the jewels offered for sale. But before anyone could investigate, the seller vanished. Another theory claimed the jewels had been taken to Paris and sold to a wealthy private collector. Despite thorough investigations, no evidence ever came forward to confirm these leads. Today, the theft of the Irish crown jewels is still one of Ireland's most famous unsolved mysteries. It's a story full of drama, speculation, and unanswered questions. Dublin Castle is still standing and welcomes thousands of visitors every year. And inside its walls, the tale of the missing jewels is still told, inviting curiosity, imagination, and the hope that one day the truth might come to light. Even though the jewels themselves have vanished, their story lives on. It still inspires historians and treasure hunters who continue to search through old files, letters, and archives, hoping that a forgotten detail might one day point the way. But until that happens, the jewels remain lost, a quiet mystery from the past, reminding us just how easily even the most valuable treasures can disappear, and how some secrets may never be solved. Leaving the mysterious halls of Dublin Castle behind, let's journey now to ancient Egypt, a land of sand, secrets, and one of history's most famous romances. This is the story of the lost tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, a legendary resting place that has remained hidden from the world for over 2,000 years. Cleopatra VII, often simply called Cleopatra, was one of Egypt's most well-known rulers, famous for her beauty, intelligence, and political skill. Born in 69 BCE into the Ptolemaic dynasty, a Greek royal family that had ruled Egypt since the time of Alexander the Great, Cleopatra became queen at just 18 years old. She spoke several languages and was respected not just for her charm, but for her ability to manage the complex politics of the ancient world. Mark Antony, on the other hand, was a well-known Roman general and politician who rose to become one of Rome's most powerful leaders after the assassination of Julius Caesar. Strong and charismatic, Antony controlled large parts of the eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt. It was there, among palaces and along the Nile, that Antony and Cleopatra famously met. Their relationship quickly became a powerful romance. Together, Antony and Cleopatra formed a partnership that was both political and deeply personal. Their love captured the imagination of the ancient world and helped shape the course of history. Their combined influence challenged Rome's leadership especially Octavian, Julius Caesar's adopted heir and Antony's former ally. This rivalry eventually led to war. In 31 BCE, the decisive Battle of Actium took place off the coast of Greece. Cleopatra and Antony faced Octavian's strong fleet, but in a key moment, their forces suffered a major defeat. They retreated to Egypt, realizing their dream of ruling a vast, united empire was slipping away. Octavian followed closely, determined to end their reign and take control of Rome and its territories. Back in Egypt, the couple faced the harsh reality that Octavian's victory was unavoidable. Antony received false news that Cleopatra had died, and heartbroken, he took his own life, only to find out too late that she was still alive. Devastated by his death and refusing to be taken as a prisoner to be paraded in Octavian's triumph, Cleopatra also chose to end her life. Tradition says she used the bite of an asp, a venomous Egyptian snake, though the exact details are still debated by historians. The year was 30 BCE, marking the end of Egypt as an independent kingdom and the start of full Roman control. After their deaths, Octavian, who would become Emperor Augustus, allowed Cleopatra and Mark Antony to be buried together. Ancient writings, especially by Roman historians like Plutarch, describe a grand tomb filled with treasures, built to honor Egypt's last great queen and her partner. This tomb was believed to be an impressive structure located in or near Alexandria, Egypt's thriving capital. But even with these historical descriptions, the exact location of their tomb was lost over time. Alexandria has changed a great deal over the centuries. Natural disasters like earthquakes and floods, combined with modern development, have wiped out many ancient landmarks, making it much harder to find the tomb. Historians and archaeologists have spent years searching for it, digging through ancient texts and exploring ruins around Alexandria for any clues. But despite all their efforts, the tomb has never been found, and its location remains one of the most fascinating unsolved puzzles in archaeology. In recent years, new energy has gone into the search, thanks to archaeologists driven to finally solve the mystery. One of the most dedicated voices in this search is Dr. Kathleen Martinez, an archaeologist from the Dominican Republic. Since 2005, she has led a series of digs at a site called Tapiceris Magna, about 30 miles west of Alexandria. Martinez's theory comes from ancient writings that suggest Cleopatra's tomb could be near a temple dedicated to Osiris, the Egyptian god of the afterlife. Tapiceris Magna fits that description well. The site includes a temple to both Osiris and Isis, two deities closely connected to resurrection and eternal life, which were symbols Cleopatra strongly associated herself with. At Tapiceris Magna, Martinez and her team have uncovered exciting evidence. They found ancient coins with Cleopatra's image, statues that appear to show both Cleopatra and Mark Antony, and other detailed artifacts from their time. Even more promising, they've uncovered tunnels, shafts, and secret chambers beneath the temple, features that suggest the area may contain hidden tombs. Still, despite these discoveries, the tomb has not yet been found. Excavations at the site are continuing with care, knowing that if discovered, it would be one of the most significant archaeological finds in modern history. Another theory is that the tomb lies beneath today's Alexandria itself, possibly under the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Over time, earthquakes and rising sea levels have changed Alexandria's coast, sinking entire sections of the old city. Underwater archaeologists have explored these ruins and found incredible remains from Cleopatra's era, statues, columns, even parts of royal buildings, but the tomb still hasn't surfaced. Much of the fascination with Cleopatra and Mark Antony's tomb comes from the question of what it might contain. Cleopatra was known for her wealth, and a tomb built during the height of her reign would likely include gold, stunning jewelry, priceless artifacts, and possibly ancient scrolls or writings that could tell us more about her life and her world. Finding the tomb could also give us new insight into Cleopatra's personal life, her relationship with Antony, and the decisions they made in their final days. It might reveal more about how they saw the afterlife and how they wanted to be remembered. A discovery like this wouldn't just add to our understanding of Egyptian and Roman history. It would spark imagination all over the world, reconnecting us to a story that still captivates after thousands of years. For now, the tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony remains hidden, one of history's most compelling mysteries. Each dig, each artifact, brings us a bit closer to uncovering the truth. Researchers continue their work with care and determination, hoping that one day, the final resting place of Egypt's last queen and her Roman lover will come to light. As we think about this incredible but still hidden tomb, we're reminded of how fragile history can be, how it can vanish beneath the sand or sea, and how stories once widely known become legends passed down over generations. The tomb of Cleopatra and Mark Antony represents that lasting connection between what's remembered and what's still waiting to be found. The search goes on, powered by curiosity and dedication, holding on to the hope that someday the world will finally see the place where Egypt's most famous lovers made their final stand. Drifting further back in time, beyond the pharaohs and pyramids, to one of history's earliest civilizations, the Akkadian Empire. Here, nestled somewhere beneath the sands of modern-day Iraq, lies one of the most elusive archaeological puzzles ever known, the lost capital city of Akkad. Around 4,300 years ago, in roughly 2,334 BCE, the Akkadian Empire quickly rose to power under its legendary leader, Sargon the Great. Sargon, whose name fittingly means the true king, managed to bring together a vast stretch of Mesopotamia, forming what many historians consider the world's first empire. At the center of this huge empire was its thriving capital, Akkad, a city well known in the ancient world for its wealth, advanced culture, and remarkable achievements. Writings from ancient Mesopotamian scribes speak highly of Akkad's greatness. The city was described as having grand palaces built from finely carved stone, tall walls covered in detailed artwork, and large, carefully organized neighborhoods where people lived and worked. Akkad wasn't just the political heart of the empire. It was also the center of a successful and sophisticated society. Merchants came to Akkad from far and wide, drawn by its busy markets filled with goods from across the ancient world: precious metals, rare gems, spices, textiles, and grains. In these lively markets, traders speaking different languages exchanged goods that connected people and cultures from hundreds or even thousands of miles apart. This booming trade made Akkad rich and turned it into a lively cultural hub where ideas and inventions spread freely. Akkad also became a major religious center. Temples dedicated to the main Mesopotamian gods, Enlil, Ishtar, and Shamash, stood out across the city. These temples were known not only for their importance, but also for their beauty, with walls said to be decorated with lapis lazuli, gold, and silver. At the heart of these temples were tall, stepped pyramid structures called ziggurats, where priests climbed to perform sacred rituals beneath the open sky. The city was home to some of the finest craftsmen of its time. Metalworkers, potters, weavers, and jewelers created intricate and beautiful objects that were admired all over Mesopotamia. Akkadian jewelry, made from gold and decorated with gems like lapis lazuli and carnelian, was especially prized. These pieces were traded far and wide, representing the city's skill and elegance. Akkad was also a place of learning and culture. Its scholars and scribes helped shape the literature, religion, and education of the entire region. They wrote epic poems, hymns, myths, and wise sayings onto clay tablets, preserving the knowledge and traditions of their time. During Sargon's reign, the Akkadian language became the official language used in government and diplomacy, spreading far beyond the empire's borders. The writings and systems developed in Akkad would influence many later civilizations, including the Babylonians and Assyrians. The city was also known for its thoughtful urban design. Historians believe that Akkad had well-planned streets laid out in a grid, working drainage systems and public spaces where people met to talk, debate, and share ideas. Neighborhoods were carefully arranged with homes, markets, and workshops each in their own areas, showing how organized and advanced the city really was. Akkadian rulers also built grand monuments to show their success. One of the most famous artifacts from the period is the victory stele of Naram Sin, Sargon's grandson. This carved stone shows the king's victory over his enemies, with Naram Sin rising above them like a god. Monuments like this didn't just celebrate military wins, they also showed off the wealth, power, and cultural achievements of the Akkadian Empire. But despite how important Akkad was, there's a twist. Today, no one knows exactly where this once great city stood. Unlike other major Mesopotamian cities like Babylon or Ur, which have been carefully studied and excavated, Akkad has disappeared completely. That disappearance is especially strange because ancient texts talk about Akkad in vivid detail, its people, buildings, and history. Scribes wrote at length about how busy and powerful it was, but they left behind almost no clear directions to help modern researchers find the city, making it one of archaeology's most enduring mysteries. One well-known ancient story, the Curse of Akkad, offers possible clues about the city's fall. According to the legend, Akkad was once blessed by the gods and full of riches. But when its rulers became arrogant and began to disrespect the gods, especially the god Enlil, the city was cursed. In response, Enlil brought drought, famine, and enemy attacks. Akkad eventually fell into ruin and was swallowed by the desert. Some scholars think the story might be based on real events. They suggest that climate change, especially long droughts, may have made farming impossible, weakening the empire and making it vulnerable to invasion and internal collapse. Over time, people may have left the city, allowing the sand and wind to slowly cover what remained. Still, figuring out exactly where Akkad was is incredibly difficult. Ancient Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, was filled with many cities, often built on top of each other over thousands of years. Rivers like the Tigris and Euphrates have changed course many times, making it hard to match old descriptions with today's landscape. Over the last 100 years, archaeologists have worked hard to find Akkad, checking many possible sites and proposing different ideas. One theory places Akkad near today's Baghdad, based on records suggesting the city sat along the Tigris River near that area. But despite many digs, no clear evidence has turned up to prove this is the right spot. Another possible location is farther south, near the ancient city of Kish. Excavations around Kish have turned up items like pottery and tools from the Akkadian era. These discoveries are interesting, but they haven't offered definite proof that Akkad was there. More recently, archaeologists have started using modern technology to help in the search. Satellite images and ground-penetrating radar allow scientists to scan below the surface without digging. These tools have revealed signs of ancient cities buried under the sand. Some of these findings have been exciting, but none of them have confirmed Akkad's location so far. What makes the mystery of Akkad even more surprising is how big a role the city played in shaping history. Under Sargon, the Akkadian Empire introduced important systems that future empires would adopt, like standard weights and measures, better trade routes, and centralized government. Akkad was a cultural melting pot, where ideas and traditions blended to create new styles of art, architecture, and writing that lasted for centuries. Even after the city disappeared, the Akkadian language stayed important. It became the main written and spoken language in the region for diplomacy, religion, and storytelling. Many surviving clay tablets, legal documents, prayers, epic tales are written in Akkadian. But even with all these texts, almost none of them give clear directions to the city itself. Today, the search for Akkad continues. It brings together archaeology, ancient writings, geography, and modern technology. Each discovery raises hopes, but also new questions. Many scholars believe that one day the city will be found, maybe by a farmer working the land, a construction team digging a foundation, or a satellite scan revealing hidden shapes in the earth. Until then, the lost capital of the world's first empire remains a fascinating mystery, a city whose legacy endures, even as its exact place on the map remains hidden. Traveling now from the mystery-shrouded sands of Mesopotamia, let's journey forward in time, to the glittering palaces of European royalty and the captivating story of the Florentine Diamond. A gem so striking and legendary, it became known simply as the Great Florentine or Tuscan Diamond, a stone whose story has fascinated historians, gem collectors, and treasure seekers for centuries. Weighing an impressive 137.27 carats, the Florentine Diamond wasn't just valuable, it was truly remarkable. Its soft yellow color, often described by gem experts as a warm shade like golden champagne, made it stand out from the more common clear diamonds favored by Europe's royalty. But beyond its size or color, what made it truly special was its unusual cut. A double rose cut featuring 126 delicate facets that sparkled even under candlelight. Still, for all its brilliance, the early history of the Florentine Diamond remains a bit of a mystery. Most historians agree it likely came from India, a region that produced many of the world's most famous diamonds. India was the original home of gems like the Koh-i-Noor, the Orlov, and the Hope Diamond, and the Florentine probably followed a similar journey. It would have traveled along old trade routes, moving through Persian courts, before eventually making its way into the thriving marketplaces of Renaissance Europe. By the 15th century, the diamond had landed in the hands of European nobility and quickly became a symbol of wealth, influence, and status. The first well-documented owner was Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, who was known for his extravagant taste and love of jewelry. But after Charles died in battle in 1477, much of his treasure, including the Florentine, was scattered, and the diamond disappeared from records for a while. It resurfaced in the early 1600s in the hands of the powerful Medici family of Florence, rulers of one of Europe's most refined and cultured cities. The Florentine diamond's unique glow and size made it an instant favorite among the Medici treasures. It became a key part of their royal collection, shown off at formal events, worn in ceremonial crowns and necklaces, or displayed on its own to visiting dignitaries and nobles from across Europe. In 1657, after a marriage connected the Medici to the Austrian Habsburg dynasty, the diamond was taken north to Austria. There, it became one of the prized possessions of the Habsburg monarchy and joined their crown jewels. For generations, the Florentine was proudly displayed at royal ceremonies, weddings, and coronations, where its golden sparkle never failed to draw attention and admiration from the European elite. Even though the diamond was well known and often seen, it was kept under strict protection when not on display. It rarely left royal grounds and was always handled with great care. That caution, however, couldn't protect it from the upheaval that came with the 20th century. In 1918, with the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the end of World War I, Emperor Charles V went into exile, and Austria fell into political and financial turmoil. As the empire broke apart, the royal family, including members of the Habsburgs, took the crown jewels, including the Florentine diamond, to Switzerland for safekeeping. The diamond was specifically entrusted to Charles I himself, who hoped it might one day help the family regain power, or at least provide financial support during exile. But after Charles died in exile in 1922, the diamond's story takes a mysterious turn. It simply vanished. Family records became confusing and full of contradictions. Some claimed the diamond had been sold secretly by members of the Habsburg family to survive financially. Others believed it was stolen from its hiding place or smuggled out of Europe entirely. As the years went on, more theories surfaced. One said the diamond had ended up in South America, possibly Argentina, where many exiled European aristocrats had gone during the early 20th century. Another suggested the diamond had been recut into smaller stones and sold off one by one, making it nearly impossible to recognize today. But none of these stories have ever been proven. No confirmed sale, no official document, and no reliable sighting has ever come to light. The mystery only grew. The Florentine Diamond's disappearance sparked treasure hunts, private investigations, and even inquiries between countries. Auction houses, museums, and gem experts still keep an eye out, knowing that if the diamond were to reappear, it would be one of the biggest gemstone rediscoveries in history. To this day, it's still listed among the most famous lost treasures in the world, and its absence is deeply felt by gem historians and collectors alike. Today, what we know of the Florentine Diamond comes from historic records, paintings, and detailed reports written by jewelers and gemologists who once examined it. Portraits from the Habsburg era show rulers wearing jewels believed to include the Florentine Diamond, giving us a glimpse of its past glory. Gem experts have carefully studied those images and descriptions, looking at its shape, size, and color, hoping that if it ever shows up again, they'll be able to recognize it. The lasting fascination with the Florentine Diamond isn't just about its beauty or value. It also has to do with the amazing history it witnessed. From the elegant courts of Renaissance Florence to the grand palaces of Imperial Austria, this diamond was there during some of Europe's most extravagant celebrations and most dramatic political changes. Its disappearance represents more than just the loss of a jewel. It marks the fading of a royal lifestyle that once ruled over much of Europe. Today, historians, gem lovers, and collectors quietly continue their search. Many believe the diamond is still out there, tucked away in a private vault, forgotten in a family heirloom, or resting silently in a collection that hasn't yet been identified. And if it's ever found, the Florentine Diamond won't just be a remarkable treasure, it'll be a window into a vanished era, ready to tell its story once again. Stepping away from ancient artifacts and lost civilizations, let's move into the shadows of a more recent past. A story shaped by war, secrecy, and whispers of immense hidden wealth. In the thick jungles and remote mountains of the Philippines, legends speak of a vast treasure known as Yamashita's gold, named after the formidable Japanese general Tomoyuki Yamashita. Its mystery continues to draw adventurers, historians, and treasure hunters, all hoping to uncover one of World War II's most enduring secrets. Our story begins during the darkest days of the Second World War, as Japanese forces swept across Southeast Asia. Between 1941 and 1945, Japan occupied large parts of the region, including Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. During this time, the Japanese military was widely reported to have gathered huge amounts of gold, silver, gems, and priceless artifacts from the places they occupied. Much of this treasure came from national banks, museums, temples, churches, and the homes of wealthy families, taken as spoils of war. General Tomoyuki Yamashita, often called the Tiger of Malaya, was one of Japan's most respected commanders, known for his military skill and strict discipline. After his capture of Singapore in 1942, Yamashita was given command of Japanese forces in the Philippines. According to many reports and eyewitness accounts, it was during his time in the Philippines that the Japanese army is believed to have hidden large amounts of looted treasure throughout the islands. As the war turned against Japan and American forces pushed toward the Philippines, it's said that the Japanese scrambled to hide the wealth they had collected. Remote caves, tunnels, mountain caverns, and hidden bunkers were reportedly used to stash this treasure, with the plan of returning to recover it after the war. After Japan surrendered in 1945, Yamashita was captured, tried, and executed for war crimes, taking whatever he knew about the treasure with him. Not long after, stories began to spread across the Philippines. Locals, former soldiers, and laborers shared accounts of gold hidden deep in jungles, guarded by traps, or marked by subtle clues only those involved would recognize. The legend of Yamashita's gold gained global attention in the 1970s, thanks in part to claims from treasure hunters and former soldiers who said they had seen these secret stashes. One of the most famous figures in the story was Filipino treasure hunter Rogelio Roxas. In 1971, Roxas claimed he found a cave in the mountains north of Manila, containing gold bars and a golden Buddha statue. According to his account, the treasure was soon taken by forces loyal to Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos, who allegedly kept the gold for himself. Roxas's story led to an international legal battle and brought Yamashita's gold to the world's attention, sparking a surge of interest. Over the decades, many people, including explorers, historians, adventurers, and even government-backed teams, have searched for Yamashita's hidden treasure. Rumored hiding spots can be found across the Philippine Islands, from the remote mountains of Luzon to the caves of Mindanao. Some of these searches involve detailed planning and risky excavations, with treasure hunters navigating tunnels said to be filled with traps left behind by the Japanese army. While many efforts came up empty, a few uncovered smaller caches of wartime loot, which only added to the belief that the larger treasure was still out there. Interest in Yamashita's gold surged again during the 1980s and 90s. Books and documentaries explored the legend, drawing more treasure hunters from around the world. But even after all those searches, no official discovery of the main treasure hoard has ever been confirmed. There's still a lot of debate about whether the treasure ever existed on the scale described. While many stories from World War II veterans and local witnesses describe hidden gold, some historians believe the treasure has been exaggerated or even made up. Skeptics point out that there's very little official documentation showing that the Japanese military hid such a large amount of gold in the Philippines. If the treasure does exist, they argue, it might be far smaller than the legends suggest. Still, there are several credible reports that back up the idea that at least some Japanese war loot was hidden. U.S. military and intelligence files from the years right after the war show that officials knew about possible hidden caches, although they don't give exact locations or amounts. Some declassified documents even suggest that small amounts of treasure may have been recovered by American troops, but nothing close to the size described in the legends. Another reason the story continues is the fact that Japan did, without question, loot huge amounts of wealth during its military campaigns across Southeast Asia. Records from the time confirm that large amounts of gold, silver, and other valuables were taken. What's still unknown is what happened to all of it once the war ended. Adding to the mystery are theories that parts of the treasure may have been recovered after the war in secret. Some say it was taken by members of the Philippine government under Marcos. Others believe rogue military groups, private individuals, or even secret international teams recovered parts of the gold. These claims are mostly unproven, but they continue to stir curiosity and debate. Today's treasure hunters rely on advanced tools to search for Yamashita's gold. Technologies like ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and remote sensing devices have been brought in to scan the dense forests and rugged hills of the Philippines. But even with modern equipment, the landscape is difficult. Thick vegetation, unstable ground, and remote locations make the hunt slow and dangerous. After all this time, Yamashita's gold is still out of reach. Whether it ever existed in the way the stories describe, or whether it grew into myth over the years, remains an open question. But the fascination around it shows no signs of fading. Today, the story of Yamashita's gold is remembered as one of World War II's most compelling mysteries. It's a story full of hidden treasure, war, secrecy, and the hopes of generations of searchers. Moving away from hidden gold and wartime secrets, let's journey to a different kind of mystery. A masterpiece quietly stolen from public view, leaving art historians and detectives puzzled to this very day. This is the story of the Just Judges panel, one of the most celebrated missing artworks in history. In the peaceful Belgian city of Ghent stands the St. Bavo Cathedral, a remarkable building rich in history, art, and culture. Within its walls lies one of the most famous masterpieces ever created, the Ghent altarpiece, also known as the Adoration of the Mystic Lamb, painted in 1432 by brothers Hubert and Jan van Eyck. Considered a high point of Northern Renaissance art, this extraordinary altarpiece is made up of 12 panels, each painted with great detail and incredible skill. But it is the lower left panel, known as the Just Judges, that became well known not only for its artistic value, but for its mysterious disappearance, an event that would turn into one of Europe's most fascinating art heists. On the cold morning of April 11th, 1934, the cathedral's caretakers made a startling discovery. The Just Judges panel had vanished during the night, along with another panel called John the Baptist. At first, some thought it might have been a prank or a mistake, but those hopes quickly faded. Not long after, a ransom note arrived, asking for 1 million Belgian francs in return for the safe return of the stolen painting. The news of the theft shocked the city. Police quickly launched an investigation, and the media was full of speculation. People across Belgium and beyond waited for updates, but no answers came. Soon, authorities found the second stolen panel, John the Baptist, hidden at Ghent's railway station. It seemed to have been returned by the thief to prove they were serious. But the Just Judges panel was still missing, and the search began to focus entirely on it. The Belgian government received more ransom demands, all written by someone using the initials DUA or the name Arsène Goedertier. That same name, Arsène Goedertier, soon became the focus of the investigation. He was a stockbroker and a respected member of the local community. But before police could properly question him, Goedertier suffered a heart attack. On his deathbed, he made a vague but chilling confession to his lawyer. "I alone know where the Just Judges panel is hidden, and it rests somewhere safe." He died shortly after, taking the panel's exact location with him. Investigators rushed to search Goedertier's home and office, digging through papers, drawers, and safes, hoping to find a clue. They uncovered letters, notes, and documents that hinted at something deeper, but nothing solid enough to lead them to the panel. His clues were vague and didn't point to a specific location, which only added to the frustration. Over time, many theories began to form about what happened to the Just Judges. Some believed Goedertier acted alone, maybe for money or personal reasons. Others thought he might have been part of something bigger, perhaps an organized group of art thieves or collectors. Some believed the panel had been sold in secret and now sat in a private collection somewhere far away from Belgium. In the meantime, the Ghent altarpiece remained incomplete. The empty space in the lower left corner was a constant reminder of the missing panel. Eventually, in the early 1940s, a talented Belgian art restorer named Jeff van der Weken was hired to create a copy. He studied the Van Eyck brothers' work closely, matching their colors, brushwork, and style, to produce a nearly perfect replica. Today, this copy fills the gap, and while it's a faithful reproduction, the original's absence is still deeply felt. The investigation into the missing Just Judges panel never really stopped. Belgian police received countless tips and leads over the decades, following up on rumors, stories, and bits of information. Treasure hunters, amateur sleuths, and professional detectives searched basements, churches, secret rooms, and even graveyards in the hopes of finding the artwork. Some claimed they found clues or secret codes that pointed to possible hiding places, but every lead ended in disappointment. One popular theory suggests the panel is still hidden somewhere inside St. Bavo Cathedral, possibly behind a wall, under the floor, or buried in a crypt. This idea has been explored many times, but no proof has ever been found. Another theory points to Goedertier's hometown of Wetteren. Searches of his old properties and local landmarks have been carried out, but again, nothing has turned up. In the early 2000s, there was renewed interest in the case thanks to new technology. Tools like X-rays, infrared imaging, and digital scanning gave researchers new ways to look for clues. Experts also went back over old letters and documents, hoping to uncover something missed in earlier searches. These efforts were exciting, but once again, they led to no solid answers. Even after all these years, the original Just Judges panel is still missing. No one knows if it's hidden behind a wall, buried underground, or locked away in a forgotten attic. Its fate remains one of the great art mysteries of Europe, and its story continues to spark imagination. The theft of the just judges has become part of Belgium's cultural story. It's been the subject of books, documentaries, and fictional tales. It reminds us how important our cultural treasures are and how easily they can disappear. Today, visitors at St. Bavo Cathedral still gather to see the Ghent altarpiece. They're often struck by two things: the incredible beauty of the painting and the strange mystery of the missing panel. While Van der Weken's replica stands in its place, the question of what happened to the original remains. And so the story continues, inviting each new generation to wonder, investigate, and maybe one day finally solve the mystery of the just judges. Stepping away from the artful enigma of the just judges panel, we now journey into a darker chapter, a tale not of artistic intrigue, but royal disaster set amid the foggy marshlands of medieval England. It's here, under the reign of the infamous King John, that one of history's most puzzling disappearances took place, the sudden and mysterious loss of the king's crown jewels, an event still baffling treasure hunters and historians centuries later. King John, who ruled England from 1199 to 1216, is widely remembered today, though not always fondly. His reign was filled with political struggles, clashes with barons, and failed military campaigns, especially his efforts against France, which tested his leadership and drained England's treasury. But perhaps the most fascinating story tied to King John isn't about war or politics. It's the strange disappearance of his royal treasure. In October of 1216, King John was on the edge of losing his kingdom. His barons, fed up with high taxes and repeated failures on the battlefield, had rebelled against him, backing Louis of France's claim to the English throne. With pressure building and setbacks piling up, John was forced to act quickly. He traveled constantly from town to town, castle to castle, trying to hold on to support and keep control of his unstable realm. By mid-October, John reached King's Lynn, a port town on England's eastern coast. Here, he carefully planned his next move. With French forces closing in, John knew he had to regroup his army, and just as importantly, protect his treasure. This included a vast collection of valuables, royal regalia, jewels, gold and silver coins, ceremonial goblets, religious artifacts, and priceless family heirlooms. The crown jewels, in particular, held deep symbolic meaning, representing his right to rule. But keeping these treasures safe was no easy task. With the country in turmoil, transporting them by land was too risky. Instead, King John decided to send his baggage train, wagons, carts, horses, servants, and guards, across the marshy wetlands and tidal flats of East Anglia, heading toward the safety of Newark Castle, where he planned to regroup and mount a defense. The route they took led them across the Wash, a huge marshy estuary known for fast-moving tides, shifting sands, and hidden channels. It was a tough area to cross, even in good weather. On October 12th, as the baggage train made its way across the wetlands, something went terribly wrong. Historical records don't agree on the exact details, but they all point to a disaster. As the treasure-laden wagons moved through the marshes, the tide rose suddenly and without warning. Horses panicked, carts sank, and chaos spread quickly. In what may have been only minutes, the waters of the Wash swallowed the caravan, taking with it men, animals, and an enormous fortune in treasure. When King John heard the news, he was devastated. He had lost not only a fortune in gold and silver, but items of deep symbolic value, his crown, scepter, and other signs of kingship. The loss crushed his morale and badly hurt his already fragile authority. Just 6 days later, on October 18th, 1216, a sick and discouraged King John died at Newark Castle, leaving behind a kingdom in crisis. But while his reign came to an end, the mystery of the lost treasure was only beginning. Even before his death, rumors had already started about what exactly had been lost and how. Survivors gave different accounts. Some spoke of wagons sinking quickly into deep mud, while others described them being swept away by rising water. Whatever the case, one fact was clear: a great treasure had vanished into the marsh. In the years and decades that followed, many tried to recover what was lost. Local nobles and eager treasure hunters launched their own searches, hoping to claim the riches for themselves. But the Wash is a difficult and unpredictable place. Its shifting sands, powerful tides, and changing shoreline made every attempt a challenge. Each new search ended in frustration. Over the centuries, the legend of King John's treasure grew. Local stories told of the crown jewels still lying buried under the mud and water, waiting to be found. Now and then, bits and pieces would surface, coins, jewelry, and armor, feeding hope that the full treasure might still be hidden somewhere out there. Modern historians and archaeologists have spent years digging into the story. They've studied old records, maps, tidal patterns, and eyewitness reports to try and locate where the disaster happened. Some believe the spot has shifted over time, thanks to erosion and the natural changes in the land. Others think the treasure may have scattered across a wider area during the chaos of the flood. In recent decades, new technology has helped searchers explore the area in more detail. Tools like ground-penetrating radar, aerial surveys, and metal detectors have been used to scan the marshes. These searches have found medieval items, coins, weapons, and small artifacts, but so far, the main treasure has stayed hidden. It's hard to put a price on what was lost. The value was enormous even in King John's time, but for us today, the real worth comes from its cultural and historical importance. The crowns, scepters, seals, and personal items that vanished are priceless links to England's royal past. The idea that they might still be lying under the marsh somewhere continues to fuel people's imaginations. Today, the Wash is known more for its natural beauty, its wide open mudflats, bird life, and remote coastline. But the legend of the lost treasure lives on. Locals know the story well, and visitors often hear whispers about the jewels hidden beneath the sand. Sometimes, when tides shift or storms move the shoreline, new discoveries are made, shards of pottery, rusted metal, or ancient coins. Each new find renews the hope that the treasure might one day be found. The story of King John's crown jewels still fascinates historians, archaeologists, and treasure seekers alike. The treasure, buried under centuries of mud and mystery, may still be waiting, its location as uncertain today as it was the moment it disappeared. Let's now leave behind the misty marshlands of medieval England and venture across the Atlantic to the sun-drenched shores of Mexico, home to another mysterious tale involving vanished treasures, conquest, and hidden gold. This is the story of the lost treasure of Hernan Cortes, a fortune accumulated during one of history's most dramatic and controversial conquests. In 1519, the Spanish conquistador Hernan Cortes landed on the eastern coast of what we now know as Mexico. With a modest force of around 500 soldiers, a few horses, and several cannons, Cortes began his daring campaign to conquer the vast and prosperous Aztec Empire, then ruled by Emperor Montezuma II. The Aztec civilization was immensely wealthy, with an abundance of gold, silver, precious stones, and artistic masterpieces that amazed even the seasoned Spanish conquerors. As Cortes and his men marched inland, they encountered city after city filled with wonders beyond their imagination. Upon reaching the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, located where Mexico City now stands, they were awestruck. The city was a marvel, with temples and palaces covered in gold and precious gems. Accounts written by Cortes himself describe the city's marketplace, which was filled with treasures and exotic goods from every corner of the empire. It was unlike anything the Spanish had ever seen. Initially, Cortes and his men were welcomed into Tenochtitlan by Montezuma. The Aztec emperor, cautious yet intrigued, treated these newcomers as honored guests, possibly believing Cortes was a divine figure prophesied in Aztec legend. Cortes took full advantage of this hospitality, establishing himself and his men comfortably within the city. However, tensions soon rose. Suspicion and fear began to poison relations between the Spanish and the Aztecs. Sensing potential danger, Cortes seized Montezuma, holding him hostage to control the increasingly restless city. As unrest grew, violence erupted, forcing the Spanish to make a dramatic escape from Tenochtitlan in a chaotic event known as La Noche Triste, or the Sad Night, on June 30th, 1520. On that fateful night, Cortes and his soldiers attempted to flee Tenochtitlan under cover of darkness, laden down with Aztec gold and treasures. But the city's inhabitants soon discovered the escape, sounding alarms and launching a fierce attack. Amid chaos and confusion, many Spaniards drowned in the surrounding canals, weighed down by their heavy armor and stolen riches. Historians suggest that countless treasures were lost in these canals and marshes, gold and jewels sinking quietly beneath the murky waters. Survivors described the scene as a nightmare. Warriors pursued the Spanish relentlessly through darkness and rain, arrows flying, bridges collapsing, soldiers struggling desperately in the water. Cortes himself barely escaped with his life, grieving deeply at the losses suffered by his army, and no doubt at the enormous fortune that had slipped through his fingers. Yet this was not the end. Cortes regrouped, rallied new allies among native peoples opposed to Aztec rule, and returned the following year. In 1521, after a prolonged siege, he conquered Tenochtitlan completely, effectively marking the fall of the Aztec Empire and solidifying Spain's dominance in the region. With victory secure, Cortes was free to seize the remaining treasures of the empire. Accounts from the period describe an immense accumulation of gold, silver, precious stones, and stunning artistic objects. Yet, despite the Spanish control, not all the Aztec treasures made it safely back to Spain or even to Cortes himself. Historical records suggest vast amounts of wealth, entire shipments of gold, jewelry, and priceless artifacts were lost at sea or hidden somewhere within Mexico itself, out of reach of the conquering Spanish. One of the most persistent legends about Cortes's treasure involves a vast shipment known as the Treasure of Montezuma. Historical accounts note that after Cortes conquered Tenochtitlan, he sent ships loaded with gold, silver, and precious gems towards Spain as a tribute to Emperor Charles V. Yet, several of these ships never reached their destination, vanishing without a trace. Storms, piracy, or sabotage were all suspected, but the fate of these ships and the treasures they carried remains unknown. Many historians and treasure hunters have spent lifetimes researching these lost shipments. Some believe the ships sank in storms, their treasure now scattered along the ocean floor. Others suggest that some of Cortes's own men betrayed him, secretly burying vast caches of gold along remote stretches of Mexico's rugged coastline, planning to return for them later. Still, others speculate that native populations hid away substantial portions of their wealth to prevent it from falling into Spanish hands, storing it deep within mountains, caves, or hidden temples, yet undiscovered. These stories have kept treasure hunters busy for centuries. The coastlines and jungles of Mexico have seen countless expeditions, both amateur and professional, in search of this legendary fortune. Each expedition, motivated by historical documents, local legends, and sometimes nothing more than whispered rumors, has attempted to uncover the lost riches of Cortes and the Aztec Empire. To date, however, no substantial discoveries have emerged, and the lost treasure remains elusive. Adding to the intrigue is the fact that Cortes himself, despite immense initial wealth, died relatively poor and obscure in Spain in 1547. This fact only fuels speculation about hidden caches and lost shipments, as some believe that the immense wealth he acquired must have been hidden or lost, rather than entirely spent or distributed. Modern-day archaeological excavations around Mexico City have occasionally uncovered artifacts, jewelry, and other remnants of the Aztec Empire. Yet the vast, legendary treasures described in historical accounts remain notably absent, reinforcing the belief that a substantial portion was either lost or intentionally hidden. Maritime explorations and underwater searches have likewise yielded tantalizing hints. Fragments of gold, jewelry, coins, and occasionally even cannons from Spanish galleons. However, the true scale of Cortes's lost wealth continues to evade discovery. One particularly compelling area for searches has been the Gulf Coast of Mexico, where several ships carrying Aztec treasures reportedly sank. The waters near Veracruz, Cortes's original landing site, have drawn attention from researchers and marine archaeologists. Divers have occasionally discovered wreckage that hints at lost shipments from Cortes's fleet, yet the main cargo, if it exists, has never been conclusively identified or recovered. As historical documents and local folklore blend, the story of Cortes's lost treasure becomes even more compelling. Various indigenous communities maintain oral traditions describing how their ancestors hid gold and jewels to prevent the Spanish from capturing their sacred and valuable belongings. These tales often speak of secret locations in remote mountains, dense forests, or isolated caves. Over the centuries, these legends have been passed down through generations, each retelling subtly changing and adding to the mythos surrounding the treasure. Today, the lost fortune of Hernan Cortes remains one of history's enduring mysteries. The treasures that vanished on that chaotic night during La Noche Triste, or aboard ships that sailed but never arrived, continue to captivate imaginations. Professional archaeologists and amateur treasure hunters alike still comb through historical documents and sift through ancient ruins, hoping to uncover even a small portion of this legendary hoard. Whether it lies hidden beneath ocean waves, deep in the Mexican jungles, or scattered in forgotten burial sites across the countryside, Cortes's lost treasure endures as a tantalizing puzzle, one blending historical reality with legends, mystery, and the timeless allure of hidden gold. And perhaps, somewhere quietly waiting to be uncovered, the truth behind the lost riches of Hernan Cortes awaits discovery, destined perhaps to emerge one day from the mists of history, revealing itself to those patient enough to keep searching. Glittering gold and vanished treasures of ancient empires aside, let's step into a different kind of mystery, one tied to our shared human history. This isn't a story about jewels or coins, but something far more valuable in the eyes of science and humanity itself: the puzzling disappearance of the Peking Man fossils. The story begins in the early 20th century, in the peaceful hills and caves near Zhoukoudian, a small village located just southwest of Beijing, China. It was here, in 1921, that Swedish geologist Johan Gunnar Andersson stumbled upon an unusual find that would soon become one of history's most significant archaeological discoveries. While browsing a local apothecary shop, Andersson noticed some strange-looking fossilized teeth being sold as dragon bones, traditional Chinese remedies believed to have healing powers. Intrigued, he decided to investigate their origins, leading him directly to a rugged limestone hill known to locals as Dragon Bone Hill. Recognizing the potential importance of this discovery, Andersson quickly gathered a team of scientists to begin careful excavations. What began as simple curiosity soon grew into a remarkable scientific endeavor. Between 1929 and 1937, the team, led by Canadian paleontologist Davidson Black, meticulously unearthed an incredible collection of fossils. These remains belong to an ancient human ancestor species called Homo erectus pekinensis, later more famously known as Peking Man. Peking Man lived between 500,000 and 750,000 years ago during the Pleistocene era, a time when the climate shifted dramatically, challenging early humans to adapt and survive. Over the course of their careful digging, researchers found more than just scattered bones. They uncovered skull fragments, jawbones, teeth, and even parts of limbs from more than 40 individuals, both adults and children. These discoveries were invaluable, providing vivid glimpses into the appearance, structure, and lives of some of the earliest humans to inhabit East Asia. Alongside the bones, the team also discovered various stone tools carefully shaped by these early humans. These artifacts included simple hand axes, sharp cutting tools, and scrapers, all crafted from rocks found near the caves. Such tools indicated that Peking Man was skilled in using natural resources to create essential items for daily survival. These tools weren't merely primitive objects. They were proof of innovation and problem-solving by our distant ancestors, showcasing their intelligence and adaptability. Perhaps even more astonishing was the evidence the researchers found showing that these early humans knew how to control fire. Excavators discovered clear signs of ancient hearths and charred animal bones inside the caves, suggesting that Peking Man had mastered the art of fire making. This skill would have significantly changed their lives, providing warmth during harsh winters, protection from predators, and a way to cook food, making it easier to digest and survive. The discoveries at Zhoukoudian quickly became world famous, sparking excitement among scientists and the general public alike. These fossils provided critical clues about early human evolution, particularly in Asia. They offered valuable insights into how our ancient ancestors walked upright, created tools, managed to tame fire, and adapted to the ever-changing landscapes around them. Throughout the 1930s, Zhoukoudian drew international attention, with scholars from around the world visiting and working at the site. The importance of the findings prompted meticulous study, careful documentation, and precise casting of the fossils, making plaster replicas that would prove crucial decades later. Tragically, Davidson Black, who had been instrumental in these discoveries, died suddenly in 1934. However, his work was continued by the dedicated German paleoanthropologist Franz Weidenreich, who expanded the study and documentation of these invaluable fossils. Weidenreich understood the fossil's significance and produced detailed descriptions, drawings, and casts, ensuring their scientific value would endure. The Peking Man fossils quickly became famous. They fascinated scientists and captured the imagination of people everywhere, helping change how we understood our species' early history. The collection was considered priceless, both scientifically and historically. But this incredible story took a dramatic turn with the start of World War II. In 1941, as Japanese forces moved into China, concern for the safety of the fossils grew. Knowing their importance, researchers worked quickly to arrange for the fossils to be sent to the United States for safekeeping until the war was over. The fossils were packed carefully into 2 large wooden crates. Each piece was wrapped and recorded with great care. The crates were taken first to the American-run Peking Union Medical College. From there, the fossils were put under the protection of the U.S. Marine Corps, who were tasked with transporting them to the port of Qinhuangdao in northern China. The plan was simple. Once there, the crates would be loaded onto a U.S. ship and sent to the American Museum of Natural History in New York. They would stay there until it was safe to return them to China. But this is where the trail goes cold. Records confirm the fossils made it to the Marine Detachment in December 1941. After that, nothing is certain. From that point on, the Peking Man fossils seemed to vanish into thin air. Theories about what happened spread quickly. One idea is that the fossils were loaded onto the SS President Harrison, a U.S. ship that was supposed to carry them across the Pacific, but the ship was captured by Japanese forces shortly after setting sail. Some believed the fossils were on board and either ended up in Japan or were lost at sea. Others suggested that the crates never made it out of China at all. They might have been buried by American troops or hidden by locals trying to protect them from falling into the wrong hands. There were even rumors that the fossils had been hidden in secret caves or underground rooms, waiting to be found again after the war. As time went on, both the Chinese and American governments tried to find answers. Official searches were launched, interviewing Marines, dock workers, museum staff, and residents from the Zhoukoudian area. But each time, the result was the same. The fossils were gone. In the 1970s, the case gained fresh attention, and new efforts were made to find the fossils. Some reports claimed American prisoners of war had seen the crates in Japanese custody. Others speculated that the fossils had been smuggled to Japan and locked away in a government archive or private collection. But again, no real evidence came forward. Fortunately, before the originals disappeared, scientists had created detailed plaster casts and written records. These replicas still offer valuable information for researchers today, but paleontologists agree, no matter how accurate the copies are, they're not the same as having the real thing. Despite decades of searching and endless theories, the original Peking Man fossils are still missing. Their loss is often called one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of modern times. Still, with every passing year, historians and scientists hold out hope, hoping that a document, a clue, or even one of the crates might finally turn up. Some researchers believe the fossils may still be somewhere in China or Japan, tucked away in a forgotten storage room, museum basement, or old military warehouse. Others think they may have been destroyed in the confusion of war. Still, the idea that they could be found continues to inspire new searches. Today, the Zhoukoudian site is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors from around the world come to see the place where the fossils were found and to learn about the early history of humanity. There, they can view the detailed casts and see firsthand how important the site is to the study of our species. Whether buried, destroyed, or hidden in plain sight, the Peking Man fossils remain a compelling mystery. Their story is a reminder of how fragile our discoveries can be and how important it is to protect the pieces of our past that help us understand who we are. Our next journey takes us across the Pacific Ocean to the vibrant lands of Mexico, home to another fascinating mystery involving lost manuscripts, ancient culture, and hidden history. This is the story of the lost original manuscripts of the Florentine Codex, a priceless historical record capturing one of the most important civilizations of the New World. Officially known as Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España, or General History of the Things of New Spain, the Florentine Codex is an extraordinary manuscript compiled in the mid-1500s by a Franciscan friar named Bernardino de Sahagún. Yet this masterpiece isn't just one book. It's an extensive collection of 12 carefully written and beautifully illustrated volumes. Taken together, these volumes offer a remarkably detailed look into Aztec culture, society, religion, language, and everyday life, documenting details that would otherwise have been lost to history. Sahagún arrived in Mexico shortly after the Spanish conquest, around 1529. From the beginning, he was fascinated by the indigenous Nahua people, particularly their rich customs, sophisticated beliefs, and the complexity of their society. Recognizing that Spanish colonization threatened to erase or distort this valuable cultural knowledge, Sahagún set out on a groundbreaking mission: to gather and preserve as much information as possible about the Aztec way of life directly from the Nahua themselves. To achieve this, Sahagún assembled a remarkable team of indigenous Nahua elders, scholars, and artists, men deeply versed in their culture's history, rituals, and traditions. For decades, they worked side by side, meticulously documenting every aspect of Aztec life. These collaborators describe not only grand religious ceremonies and beliefs, but also the day-to-day realities of their people, from agricultural practices and medicinal treatments to marketplaces, food preparation, family customs, and even games and storytelling traditions. One especially unique and valuable feature of the Florentine Codex is its bilingual nature. Each page is thoughtfully divided into two columns: the original Nahuatl language spoken by the Aztecs on one side, with a direct Spanish translation on the other. This side-by-side structure ensured accuracy, preserving not just factual information, but also the authentic voice and nuances of Nahua perspectives. It remains an invaluable linguistic resource today, providing deep insights into how these two cultures intersected and understood each other. Throughout its 12 volumes, Sahagún and his Nahua team captured an astonishing range of topics. They carefully documented religious rituals, festivals, and beliefs about gods and the cosmos. They explored natural history, detailing indigenous knowledge about local plants, animals, minerals, and their medicinal uses. They described cultural practices related to marriage, family life, and education, as well as broader social structures, laws, and governance. Each topic was approached with clarity and respect, offering rare, vivid portrayals of Aztec culture as experienced by the Nahua themselves. Equally striking were the manuscript's detailed illustrations, drawn by highly skilled indigenous artists. These vivid images brought the text to life, capturing complex religious ceremonies, bustling marketplaces filled with goods, warriors dressed in elaborate regalia, and everyday household scenes. Each image enriched the text, providing visual context that made the descriptions even more meaningful and relatable. Because of its incredible depth and accuracy, historians often call the Florentine Codex one of the most complete and valuable records ever produced about any indigenous civilization. To this day, it remains a foundational resource for understanding Aztec culture and the wider Mesoamerican world before European contact. But as valuable as the Codex is, there's a mystery at the center of it. The version we have now, a carefully preserved and bound manuscript, sits in the Laurentian Library in Florence, Italy. That's why it's known as the Florentine Codex. But scholars know that this finished version came from earlier originals, rough drafts, notes, and manuscripts created by Sahagún and his Nahua team back in Mexico. These earlier versions were likely more detailed and may have included even more content than what ended up in the final manuscript. Over time, however, these original documents seem to have disappeared. No one knows exactly when or how. So what happened to them? Records give us only a few clues. After Sahagún finished his work in the 1570s, he made sure the manuscripts were sent to Europe. He believed that getting them out of Mexico would keep them safe from damage or loss during the colonial period. Sahagún was a careful and thoughtful researcher, and he wanted to be sure that what he and his collaborators had recorded would survive. But once the originals reached Europe, it becomes hard to track what happened next. Some evidence suggests they were first kept in Spain's royal archives. Other clues hint that they may have been moved around between monasteries and libraries, with scholars or collectors copying, splitting up, or trading them. Over time, small pieces and copies started turning up in European collections, but following their full trail has proven incredibly difficult. It's possible that some of the original documents ended up in private hands, kept quietly in homes or private libraries, safe but out of public view. In the 1800s and 1900s, historians and researchers searched archives across Spain, Italy, and other parts of Europe, hoping to find these lost manuscripts, but no full version has ever been found. What we know comes mostly from the beautiful copy in Florence, along with a few scattered references and fragments found elsewhere. Why did the originals vanish? Some believe they were lost over time, damaged in fires, ruined by neglect, or simply misplaced. Others think they may have been deliberately destroyed or hidden, possibly because of political concerns or because their value wasn't fully understood. There's also a chance that some of the original work still survives, stored somewhere unknown, waiting to be uncovered. It's this possibility that keeps historians searching. Even a single page or piece of those early drafts could shed light on how Sahagún and his team worked. It might show how the Codex changed during editing, or what ideas were left out of the final version. That kind of discovery would be a major breakthrough, not just for scholars of Aztec history, but for anyone interested in how cultures are preserved and passed down. Still, even though the original manuscripts are missing, the Florentine Codex we do have remains a priceless treasure. It gives us an incredibly detailed picture of life before Spanish colonization, filled with stories, traditions, and beliefs that might otherwise have been lost forever. Every page and illustration captures a piece of that past, an important reminder of the depth and richness of Aztec civilization. After exploring the mysteries hidden within ancient manuscripts, let's now set sail toward a different kind of treasure, one that rests quietly beneath the waves off the sunny coast of Florida. This is the story of the 1715 Spanish treasure fleet, a shipwreck that became one of the most well-known disasters in maritime history and whose legend still draws divers and treasure hunters from around the world. In the early 1700s, Spain was one of the most powerful empires on Earth, with vast colonies across the Atlantic and the Americas. These lands were rich in gold, silver, emeralds, pearls, and more. To bring these valuables home, Spain relied on regular treasure fleets, often called plate fleets. These convoys were made up of heavily armed galleons and merchant ships, built specifically to protect their cargo from pirates and enemy nations. In July of 1715, one of these fleets was getting ready to leave Havana, Cuba, and return to Spain. Led by Captain General Don Juan Esteban de Ubilla, the fleet included 11 ships, all packed with an enormous amount of wealth. Their holds were filled with chests of silver coins, gold bars, jewels, fine porcelain, and rare spices, together one of the richest cargoes ever put to sea. Despite all their planning, there was trouble ahead. Summer in the Caribbean is hurricane season, known for sudden, powerful storms that can destroy even the strongest ships, but pressure from the Spanish crown to deliver the treasure was high, and delays weren't an option. So, on July 24, 1715, the fleet set sail, heading north along the Florida coast to catch favorable winds that would carry them across the Atlantic. At first, the trip went smoothly. The ships sailed together in formation, catching the breeze, their crews working steadily and with confidence. But on the evening of July 30th, as they passed near what is now Vero Beach, the skies changed quickly. Seasoned sailors on board recognized the warning signs of an approaching hurricane, but by then, it was too late to turn back. That night, the storm hit with full force. Winds howled through the sails, snapping masts and tearing apart rigging. Massive waves slammed into the ships, driving them helplessly toward Florida's shallow reefs and rough coastline. In the middle of the chaos, sailors did everything they could to save themselves and their ships, but nature proved too powerful. By the next morning, the fleet was in ruins. All 11 ships had either wrecked or been badly damaged. Their hulls were broken apart, and their treasures scattered across the ocean floor. Along the beaches of eastern Florida, debris and wreckage washed ashore. Survivors stumbled onto land, but more than 1,000 people had died, making it one of the deadliest maritime disasters of its time. When news reached Spanish officials, rescue and salvage teams were quickly organized. Survivors built temporary camps along the coast, hoping to recover some of the lost treasure. Divers from Havana arrived and began searching the wrecks with basic equipment, a dangerous job, especially under those conditions. In the months and years that followed, a significant amount of treasure was recovered, but a large portion remained lost, hidden under sand and sea. The Spanish never managed to recover everything. As time passed, the disaster slipped from public memory, but the story wasn't over. In the 1950s and 1960s, interest returned when historians and treasure hunters began to understand just how much treasure might still be out there. Divers, researchers, and fortune seekers began exploring the coast, drawn by the chance to uncover lost riches. In 1961, treasure hunter Kip Wagner created a group called the Real 8 Company. After months of careful searching and diving, they started to find treasure near Sebastian Inlet. Over the next few years, they pulled up thousands of silver coins, gold bars, rare jewelry, and historic artifacts from the sea. One of their most famous discoveries was a gold chain over 7 feet long, still perfectly preserved, a shining example of the wealth carried by the doomed fleet. These finds kicked off a new era of treasure hunting. More teams of divers and researchers came to the treasure coast of Florida, all chasing their own piece of history. Since then, incredible discoveries have continued. Silver coins called pieces of 8, delicate gold necklaces, emerald-studded rings, and even religious relics. Each one adds another chapter to the story, showing that the treasure still lies beneath the waves. Even so, much of the original cargo is still missing. Marine archaeologists believe that huge parts of the treasure remain buried under layers of sand and coral, spread across miles of seabed that constantly shift with tides and storms. Sometimes, a hurricane stirs up the ocean floor, uncovering treasure that's been hidden for hundreds of years. For modern treasure hunters, searching these wrecks is both thrilling and challenging. The sites are protected under Florida law, meaning explorers must have permits and work alongside historians and archaeologists. The treasures themselves are more than just valuable. They hold clues about life in the early 1700s, Spain's vast empire, and the global trade that once linked Europe with the Americas. Though much of the treasure may still lie beneath the surface, the legend of the fleet keeps resurfacing, generation after generation. And now, as you listen, the waters off Florida's coast still hide pieces of that story. Maybe another coin, a lost necklace, or a jeweled cross is resting beneath the sand, waiting for someone to find it. Until then, the tale of the 1715 treasure fleet lives on, a lasting symbol, the timeless pull of lost treasure beneath the sea. From the sunken riches off Florida's coast, let's now journey to the tranquil islands of Bermuda, where beneath turquoise waters and coral reefs, an extraordinary treasure was once discovered. A dazzling relic known as the Tucker's Cross. This gem-studded artifact, rich in history and mystery, remains one of the most intriguing maritime puzzles of modern times. The story of Tucker's Cross begins quietly in 1955, with a Bermudian diver named Teddy Tucker. Tucker, a passionate and experienced treasure hunter, had spent years exploring shipwrecks around Bermuda, a region famous for its treacherous reefs and numerous sunken vessels. These waters, lying strategically in the Atlantic, had long been a perilous passageway for ships traveling between Europe and the Americas. Over his career, Tucker had uncovered countless artifacts, silver coins, antique jewelry, ancient weapons, and valuable maritime equipment, but none would capture the world's attention like the discovery he was about to make. On a warm afternoon, Teddy Tucker set out with his diving gear toward a familiar sight known to local divers, the wreck of the Spanish galleon, San Pedro. The ship had sunk in 1594 just off Bermuda's western reefs, carrying valuable cargo intended for the courts and cathedrals of Spain. For over 360 years, the wreck rested quietly beneath the waves, its cargo buried beneath sand, coral, and marine growth. Many believed its treasures were lost forever, claimed by the sea. Tucker had visited this site many times before, but on this particular dive, something felt different. Carefully exploring the ocean floor, he sifted through sand and rocks, gently uncovering bits of pottery and small coins. Suddenly his eyes caught a subtle glint of green, almost hidden beneath coral and sand. With steady hands, Tucker carefully brushed away the layers of sediment. As he worked, a shape slowly emerged, gleaming vibrant emerald gems embedded in bright, solid gold. Before him lay an artifact unlike any he had found before. What Teddy Tucker held in his hands was extraordinary. A solid gold cross, intricately fashioned and remarkably preserved. The artifact, which later became famously known as Tucker's Cross, measured roughly 7 inches in length, made of 22-karat gold and set with 7 stunning Colombian emeralds. Each gem was perfectly cut, polished, and brilliant green. The largest emerald, prominently placed in the center, was carefully framed by smaller emeralds positioned gracefully at each arm and at the base of the cross. Tucker was astonished, not only by the beauty of this artifact, but by its clear historical significance. Upon further study by historians and gemologists, Tucker's Cross was dated to around the late 16th century, matching perfectly with the time the San Pedro sailed. Experts speculated that the cross was most likely crafted in Colombia, or perhaps Spain, during a time when the Spanish Empire was at the height of its wealth, power, and influence. During the 16th century, precious artifacts such as this emerald-studded cross were typically crafted as lavish gifts, either intended for royalty, high-ranking nobility, or prominent church officials. The intricate design and luxurious materials suggested that Tucker's Cross was a ceremonial or religious piece, perhaps commissioned by a wealthy noble or a bishop, intended to symbolize both wealth and faith. news of Tucker's discovery quickly spread far beyond Bermuda's shores. The international community recognized its historical and cultural significance immediately. Tucker initially kept the cross safely stored, knowing its immense value, both monetary and historical. However, recognizing its importance to Bermudian heritage and history, he eventually sold the cross to the government of Bermuda so it could be displayed publicly and appreciated by all. In the late 1950s, Tucker's cross became the star attraction of the Bermuda Maritime Museum, exhibited in a secure display case where it quickly became one of Bermuda's most cherished historical artifacts. Visitors traveled from around the world to glimpse this stunning relic from the Spanish colonial era, a tangible link to an age of exploration, conquest, and unimaginable riches. However, as with many priceless treasures, Tucker's cross soon attracted unwelcome attention. Its prominence and value made it a prime target for thieves and black market art collectors. In 1975, when Bermuda was preparing for an official visit by Queen Elizabeth II, museum staff made a shocking discovery. While inspecting the cross's security measures and preparing it for the Queen's viewing, they realized that the artifact in the display was not the original. It was a carefully crafted replica. Yet, while the cross brought fame and excitement, it also attracted unwanted attention. Its immense value and international reputation quickly made it a target. For nearly 2 decades, the cross remained securely on display. However, in 1975, the island nation received a shocking blow. During preparations for a visit by Queen Elizabeth II, museum staff discovered a startling truth. The Tucker's cross on display was no longer the original, but a carefully made replica. Someone had managed to steal the genuine Tucker's cross and replace it with a convincing fake. Investigators quickly pieced together the mystery. The theft likely occurred sometime during the months leading up to the Queen's visit, possibly taking advantage of heightened museum activity and public distractions. Despite extensive investigations and international searches, the true Tucker's cross was nowhere to be found. The theft caused a huge sensation, both locally and abroad. Bermudians felt deeply saddened and betrayed that such a significant piece of their heritage had been stolen. Teddy Tucker himself was especially devastated. His life's greatest discovery had vanished without a trace. For Tucker, the cross represented more than mere monetary value. It symbolized his passion, effort, and dedication to preserving Bermuda's maritime history. Over the following decades, many theories emerged regarding the cross's whereabouts. Some speculated that international art thieves or organized crime syndicates had stolen the artifact, given its enormous value on the black market. Others believed a private collector commissioned the theft, quietly paying a fortune to possess this unique piece of history. Despite leads, rumors, and countless tips, none ever led investigators to the stolen cross. In fact, even the FBI became involved at one point, as the stolen cross was considered part of cultural property theft, crossing international borders. Yet, despite international cooperation, searches in auction houses, and constant monitoring of the art and jewelry market, Tucker's cross remained elusive. Today, the replica cross still sits in the Bermuda Maritime Museum, a beautiful yet bittersweet reminder of what once was. While visually impressive, it inevitably sparks conversations and questions among visitors, each wondering about the original cross's hidden location. Meanwhile, the theft has become part of Bermuda's own lore, a modern maritime mystery, whispered and debated by locals and visitors alike. Throughout the years, the unresolved case has left a lingering hope that someday the cross might reappear. Perhaps it's quietly hidden in a private vault, resting anonymously in a personal collection, or lying forgotten somewhere far from Bermuda's sunny shores. Each passing year only deepens the mystery, with fewer surviving witnesses and diminishing leads. For treasure hunters, historians, and amateur sleuths, Tucker's cross continues to captivate imaginations. Its discovery and disappearance blend elements of history, adventure, and mystery, making it an enduring tale. Occasionally, Rumors surface that the cross has resurfaced in secretive sales or hidden collections, igniting brief excitement, but always fading without confirmation. Teddy Tucker himself continued exploring Bermuda's waters for years after the theft, uncovering other artifacts and contributing significantly to maritime history and conservation. Yet, until his passing in 2014, he often expressed the sadness he felt about the missing cross. For Tucker, no subsequent discovery quite matched the thrill or significance of uncovering that dazzling gold and emerald artifact all those years ago. So, as you listen now, the original Tucker's cross rests quietly, somewhere unknown. Perhaps someday, by luck or dedication, it may resurface again, returning not only its physical beauty but also its rightful place in Bermuda's heritage. As we move away from the waters around Bermuda, let's venture inland, to the forests and mountains of Poland, where the story of a mysterious lost train filled with gold and treasure still captivates the imagination. This is the intriguing tale of the Nazi gold train, often known as the Breslau gold train, a legendary cargo whose disappearance near the end of World War II has fascinated historians, treasure hunters, and curious minds for decades. In the final months of the war, as Nazi Germany faced defeat, chaos reigned across Europe. During this turbulent period, numerous stories emerged of valuable goods: gold, precious art, historical documents, and priceless artifacts, being moved across the continent in secret, often hidden in caves, mines, or abandoned underground tunnels. Among these stories, few are as captivating as the tale of the Nazi gold train. The origins of this tale begin in early 1945. As Soviet troops advanced rapidly from the east, the Nazis scrambled to evacuate valuables from cities that were about to fall. One such city was Breslau, now known as Wrocław, a historic city in southwestern Poland. At the time, Breslau was a significant center for Nazi administration and storage, holding not only financial reserves, but also looted treasures from across occupied Europe. With the Red Army approaching, Nazi officials decided to evacuate these valuables before they fell into Soviet hands. According to historical records, eyewitness accounts, and long-standing local legends, a heavily armored train was loaded in Breslau with an extensive cargo of gold bars, jewelry, precious stones, art masterpieces, and valuable documents. The exact contents remain a subject of speculation, but many sources suggest the train carried goods of immense value accumulated from various Nazi operations throughout the war. The train was said to be specially armored and guarded by elite troops, reflecting its importance to the Nazi regime. In early 1945, this heavily laden train set off westward from Breslau, heading towards safer territory deeper within Germany. However, during its journey, somewhere in the mountainous terrain near the town of Faberge, the train and its valuable cargo seemingly vanished without a trace. What exactly happened next is the heart of the mystery. No clear record remains of the train's exact route, its final destination, or the fate of its precious cargo. Immediately following the war, whispers of the lost train spread rapidly through Poland and Europe. Locals in Wałbrzych and the surrounding Lower Silesia region spoke of hidden tunnels, sealed entrances, and hastily buried tracks. Rumors emerged suggesting that the train had been deliberately hidden in an elaborate underground tunnel complex built by the Nazis. During the war, the Nazis had indeed built extensive tunnel networks and underground bunkers throughout Lower Silesia as part of their Rees project, intended to house weapons factories and secret storage facilities. Could the legendary gold train be hidden somewhere deep within these tunnels? For decades after the war, occasional searches took place, but most were limited or unsuccessful. The story faded slightly into folklore, becoming an intriguing legend, recounted by locals and treasure hunters alike. That was until 2015, when interest in the lost gold train was suddenly reignited worldwide. In 2015, two amateur historians and treasure hunters, Piotr Koper from Poland and Andreas Richter from Germany, claimed they had discovered new evidence of the lost train. According to their account, they had found a hidden entrance in the hills near Wałbrzych, using ground-penetrating radar. Their scans reportedly revealed what appeared to be a large metallic object buried beneath the earth, exactly where local legends had placed the missing train. The announcement made international headlines. News outlets from around the world flocked to the small Polish town. Authorities became involved, and speculation ran high. The possibility that one of history's greatest mysteries could finally be solved sparked widespread excitement and anticipation. However, further scientific investigations quickly tempered expectations. Geological and archaeological experts, brought in by the Polish government, conducted extensive studies of the area. Although their findings did show some anomalies and underground cavities, they concluded that no definitive evidence existed to confirm the presence of a train or its rumored cargo. Official excavations yielded no train, no gold, and no treasure, only questions and continued speculation. Despite this disappointment, the search reignited interest in the larger historical context of the Nazi tunnels beneath Lower Silesia. These underground complexes remain largely unexplored, and many still believe that undiscovered chambers or passages could contain hidden Nazi-era valuables. The region around Wałbrzych continues to attract historians, adventurers, and treasure seekers, each hoping to be the one to uncover definitive evidence of the legendary Nazi gold train. Theories surrounding the train's disappearance remain varied. Some believe the cargo was secretly retrieved by Nazis after the war or taken by advancing Soviet troops, who meticulously scoured captured territories for valuables. Others speculate that the train may have never existed in the form described, that it could be a conflation of several separate shipments, and rumors that blended into a single, fascinating legend. However, historical records and eyewitness accounts from German soldiers and local residents at the time lend some credibility to the story. Several documents from Nazi archives reference secret movements of valuable cargoes, hinting at the possibility that such a train did indeed depart Breslau under unusual secrecy and security measures. Among the local population, belief in the train remains strong. Residents recount family stories passed down over generations, speaking of German soldiers hurriedly sealing tunnels and caves in the area's wooded hills during the final weeks of the war. Some elderly residents still recall sightings of large convoys and military activities around the supposed time of the train's disappearance, adding weight to the local legends. Interestingly, the legend has also impacted the local culture and economy. Today, Wałbrzych and its surrounding areas see regular tourism and treasure hunting activities directly linked to the legend of the gold train. Tourist attractions, local museums, and guided tours explore the history and mystery of the region, benefiting from the enduring fascination surrounding the lost train. Despite modern technology, thorough searches, and historical research, the Nazi gold train remains undiscovered. Like so many lost treasures throughout history, the mystery persists precisely because definitive proof is elusive. Until concrete evidence is unearthed, the story of the Nazi gold train remains exactly that, a compelling and intriguing historical mystery intertwined with documented facts and local legends. Today, the hills, forests, and hidden tunnels of Lower Silesia still keep their secrets closely guarded. Each new discovery sparks fresh hope among historians and treasure hunters alike, yet each exploration adds more depth to the mystery without fully resolving it. As you listen to this story, you might wonder if, someday, someone will stumble upon the final piece of evidence, perhaps a hidden passageway, a forgotten document, or even the train itself, waiting quietly beneath layers of rock, soil, and history. Until that day comes, the Nazi gold train remains hidden, a tantalizing historical puzzle just waiting to be solved. Stepping away from the shadowed forests and secret tunnels of wartime Europe, let's journey back in time to the grandeur and drama of France's royal courts, a place where wealth, beauty, and intrigue intertwined to form a fascinating tapestry. Central to this story is the legendary French blue diamond, a jewel whose history is as captivating as its sparkle and whose fate remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Our tale begins in the 17th century, a period of unmatched opulence and extravagance in France, particularly under the reign of King Louis XIV, the Sun King. Louis XIV, renowned for his love of luxury and splendor, sought to create a royal collection of jewels unlike anything the world had ever seen. Central to his vision was a magnificent blue diamond, large and striking in its beauty. In 1668, a remarkable blue diamond, originally mined from the famous Golconda mines in India, was purchased by Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, a French merchant and adventurer. Tavernier was known for his extensive travels through Asia and his keen eye for precious stones. Upon his return to France, he presented King Louis XIV with this exceptional gem. The diamond, then known simply as the Tavernier Blue, weighed an impressive 115 carats, making it one of the largest and rarest blue diamonds ever discovered. The king, enchanted by its unique beauty, swiftly acquired it for his royal treasury. To enhance its brilliance, Louis XIV had the diamond carefully recut by his court jeweler, Jean Pitot, into a smaller, yet more vibrant jewel of approximately 69 carats. This stunning stone soon became known as the French Blue, a jewel unmatched in beauty and size, symbolizing royal power and prestige. Louis XIV proudly displayed this jewel as a centerpiece in his elaborate collection, often wearing it during important ceremonies and state occasions. The French Blue became part of France's crown jewels, housed securely in the royal treasury, known as the garde-meuble. Over the decades, it was worn by successive French monarchs, serving as a powerful symbol of the nation's wealth and influence. Yet, as magnificent as the diamond was, France's political landscape was soon to undergo dramatic changes. In the late 18th century, the French Revolution erupted, challenging the very foundations of monarchy and nobility. Amidst the upheaval, royal treasures, including the French blue diamond, faced a perilous and uncertain future. In September 1792, the revolutionary fervor reached the doors of the garde-meuble. On the night of September 11th, a group of daring thieves exploited the chaos engulfing Paris. Under cover of darkness, they broke into the royal treasury and carried away an incredible haul of priceless treasures. Among the stolen items were gold ornaments, precious crowns, intricate jewelry pieces, and, most notably, the French blue diamond itself. News of the theft spread quickly, creating shockwaves throughout revolutionary France. Authorities desperately tried to track down the thieves and recover the stolen jewels. Remarkably, some items were later found, hastily hidden or buried by the thieves in various locations around Paris. But despite these efforts, the magnificent French blue diamond was nowhere to be seen. It had seemingly vanished into thin air. In the ensuing years, numerous theories and rumors circulated regarding the diamond's fate. Some speculated it was smuggled out of France, quietly sold to wealthy buyers across Europe. Others believed it might have been recut to disguise its origin, making it easier to sell without detection. Regardless, no confirmed sightings of the French blue diamond occurred for decades, and it was widely presumed lost forever. However, a twist came in the early 19th century, adding another layer of mystery to this jewel's intriguing story. In 1812, a large blue diamond surfaced in London, acquired by Daniel Eliasson, a prominent diamond merchant. This stone, remarkably similar in color and quality to the vanished French blue, was smaller, weighing approximately 45.5 carats. Could it have been the recut French blue diamond, cleverly altered to hide its royal origins? Historians and gemologists strongly believe so. Research in recent decades, including meticulous historical and scientific analyses, strongly supports that this smaller gem, now famously known as the Hope Diamond, is indeed a recut version of the legendary French blue. The Hope Diamond, renowned today as one of the world's most famous jewels, eventually passed through several prominent hands, including those of wealthy collectors and renowned jewelers, before finally becoming part of the Smithsonian Institution's prestigious gemstone collection in Washington, D.C., where it currently resides. But even if the Hope Diamond is indeed the recut French blue, the question of exactly who performed the recutting, how it traveled from revolutionary France to London, and the identities of its handlers remain largely unanswered. These mysteries have continued to fascinate historians, gem experts, and enthusiasts alike, prompting ongoing research and investigation. Interestingly, legends and myths of curses surrounding the Hope Diamond have emerged, adding a touch of intrigue and superstition to its history. Tales claim the diamond brought misfortune and tragedy to its owners, stories that, while largely exaggerated, have further fueled public fascination with the gem's mysterious past. Despite these theories and speculations, the full truth behind the disappearance of the original French blue remains elusive. Was it secretly transported out of France? Did revolutionary thieves recut the gem to obscure its identity? Or perhaps, was it taken abroad by exiled nobles, fleeing revolutionary violence? These questions remain open, preserving the mystery and intrigue surrounding one of history's most captivating gems. Today, the original French blue diamond is known only through historical records, sketches, and written descriptions found in royal archives. Based on these sources, gemologists have created digital models to reconstruct its original shape and color. These models help provide a clearer picture of what the diamond likely looked like before it was lost. The history of the French blue diamond offers insight into both the political upheaval of revolutionary France and the long-standing interest in rare gemstones. Its path, from the mines of India to the French royal treasury, and later its disappearance during the French Revolution, illustrates the value and significance these stones have carried throughout history. Today, when visitors view the Hope Diamond at the Smithsonian, they're looking at a gem believed to have been cut from the original French blue, a stone that witnessed the rise and fall of kings, survived revolution and intrigue, and traveled continents from royal courts to modern museums. And somewhere, hidden within that brilliant blue sparkle, remains the silent story of the French blue diamond, lost yet somehow still present, whispering its mysteries quietly across the centuries. Turning from the glittering intrigue of vanished royal diamonds, let's now journey into the art world, an equally captivating arena filled with its own mysteries and lost masterpieces. Among the most significant of these lost treasures is a remarkable painting by the Renaissance genius Raphael, known simply as the Portrait of a Young Man. Its disappearance during the chaos of World War II has made it one of the art world's most enduring mysteries. Raphael, born Raffaello Sanzio da Urbino in 1483, was one of the greatest artists of the Italian Renaissance, often mentioned alongside Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci. His artwork, renowned for its beauty, elegance, and perfect balance, represents a high point in European art history. Raphael's paintings captured human emotion with incredible depth, revealing insights into the personalities of his subjects with subtle yet powerful expressions. Among his many masterpieces, the Portrait of a Young Man stood out distinctly. Created around 1513 to 1514, this striking painting depicted a noble, confident young man, his eyes gazing calmly, yet intensely, at the viewer. Art historians often note the sophistication of Raphael's technique, the play of light on the subject's face, the careful rendering of luxurious fabrics, and the relaxed yet dignified posture of the sitter, hinting at a figure of importance and status. For centuries, the painting changed hands among Europe's elite, quietly passing through the collections of noble families and wealthy art patrons. By the 18th century, the artwork had found a prominent home in Poland, purchased by the influential Czartoryski family. The Czartoryskis were passionate art collectors who amassed a remarkable collection of masterpieces, including works by Leonardo da Vinci and Rembrandt. Their palace in Krakow became known as the Czartoryski Museum, showcasing one of Europe's most impressive private art collections. Raphael's Portrait of a Young Man became the jewel of the collection, attracting art lovers and historians from across Europe. It was admired for its stunning beauty and as a key example of Renaissance portraiture, often considered among Raphael's most important works. But the painting's peaceful existence would soon be shattered by the turmoil of the Second World War. In 1939, Nazi Germany invaded Poland. rapidly advancing across the country. As German forces approached Krakow, the Czartoryski family scrambled to protect their precious art collection. They hid many paintings and artifacts, hoping to preserve them from the chaos and destruction of war. Unfortunately, despite these efforts, the Nazis soon discovered the treasures hidden within the Czartoryski collection. The German forces had established special units whose primary goal was to seize valuable cultural artifacts and artworks from occupied countries. This operation was driven by high-ranking Nazi officials, including Adolf Hitler and Hermann Göring, who intended to build their personal art collections and ambitious museums filled with Europe's greatest masterpieces. Raphael's portrait of a young man immediately caught the attention of these Nazi art agents. In 1939, shortly after occupying Krakow, the Nazis confiscated the painting, along with hundreds of other priceless artifacts from the Czartoryski Museum. The artwork was carefully packed and shipped to Berlin, destined for Adolf Hitler's planned Führer Museum in Linz, Austria, a grand project designed to showcase Europe's most significant artworks and cultural treasures. During the war years, the portrait's precise movements became increasingly difficult to track. Records show it was transferred between various Nazi storage locations across Germany and Austria. At one point, the painting was even photographed inside the private residence of Hans Frank, the Nazi-appointed Governor-General of occupied Poland. Frank was known for his lavish lifestyle and extensive looting of art, and it's widely believed he personally admired the painting and intended to keep it for himself. However, as the Allies began to close in on Germany toward the end of the war, chaos engulfed the Nazi-controlled territories. Many stolen artworks, including the portrait of a young man, were hastily relocated or hidden to avoid recapture by Allied forces. Nazi officials sought to conceal their looted treasures, burying them in underground mines, secret bunkers, and secluded estates across Europe. In 1945, as Allied forces liberated occupied territories and uncovered Nazi treasure troves, many stolen masterpieces were recovered and returned to their rightful owners. Remarkably, significant portions of the Czartoryski collection were found and safely returned to Poland. Yet amidst these recoveries, the portrait of a young man was notably absent. Despite extensive searches by art historians, military personnel, and recovery teams, Raphael's masterpiece was nowhere to be found. In the decades that followed, numerous theories and leads emerged regarding the painting's fate. Some believed it had been destroyed in the chaos of the war's final days, possibly burned or irreparably damaged. Others claimed it remained hidden in an undiscovered Nazi storage site, perhaps forgotten in an abandoned mine or buried beneath ruins. There were even stories suggesting the painting had been quietly smuggled into a private collection, hidden in secret among Europe's elite art collectors. In the late 20th century and early 21st century, various sightings and potential leads periodically surfaced, reigniting hopes of recovery. In the 1990s, rumors emerged that the painting had been spotted in Switzerland, reportedly held by a private collector. However, investigations into these claims ultimately led nowhere. Later, in 2012, news briefly circulated about potential clues related to the painting's whereabouts, discovered in old archives from Nazi-era Germany. These archives detailed the painting's movements and provided new leads to previously unknown Nazi art storage sites. Unfortunately, searches conducted based on this new information have so far proven unsuccessful, with no concrete evidence emerging. In recent years, the Polish government, alongside international art recovery organizations, has intensified efforts to locate and recover Raphael's lost masterpiece. Authorities have cooperated with museums, auction houses, and private collectors around the globe, hoping to uncover fresh clues. Interpol has included the painting on its list of the most sought-after stolen artworks in the world, heightening awareness and increasing efforts toward its recovery. Despite ongoing searches, the portrait of a young man remains missing, continuing to intrigue historians, art lovers, and treasure hunters alike. Its disappearance represents not only the loss of a masterpiece, but also a profound gap in art history. Raphael's paintings, already rare, represent some of humanity's greatest artistic achievements, making the loss of such a significant piece felt deeply in the art community. Today, The Czartoryski Museum in Krakow displays an empty frame where the portrait of a young man once hung, a poignant reminder of the painting's mysterious disappearance and enduring legacy. Visitors standing before this empty frame are left imagining the portrait's beauty and contemplating the unresolved questions surrounding its fate. The story of Raphael's Portrait of a Young Man remains one of the most intriguing and enduring mysteries of art theft. Its absence serves as a powerful symbol of the cultural devastation wrought by war and the immense effort required to protect and preserve humanity's shared cultural heritage. Whether hidden, destroyed, or safely stashed away, the portrait continues to hold the imagination and curiosity of the world. Perhaps someday this lost masterpiece will reemerge, finally bringing closure to a mystery that has captivated the art world for decades. Until then, the empty frame quietly awaits its return, preserving a silent hope that Raphael's missing painting may someday rejoin the world that so deeply treasures it. Stepping away from the refined halls of Renaissance Europe, let's venture westward to the rugged and mysterious landscape of the American Southwest. Here, among the stark beauty of Arizona's Superstition Mountains, lies one of America's most enduring mysteries: the lost Dutchman's gold mine. This legendary treasure has captured imaginations, inspired countless expeditions, and sparked debates among historians and adventurers alike for well over a century. The story of the lost Dutchman's gold mine is rooted in the classic American tale of gold rushes, hidden fortunes, and the wild frontier. It centers on a mysterious figure known as Jacob Waltz, ironically not Dutch at all, but a German immigrant whose accent led locals to dub him the Dutchman. Waltz arrived in America in the mid-19th century, like many immigrants, seeking his fortune in the vast, untamed lands of the American West. Born around 1810 in Germany, Waltz emigrated to the United States as a young man, initially settling in various mining communities scattered throughout the western frontier. He drifted through the burgeoning gold towns of California and Nevada, learning mining techniques, navigating the rough-and-tumble world of prospectors, and developing a deep understanding of the land and its hidden treasures. Eventually, his restless journey led him to the dry, harsh deserts of Arizona, where the legendary story of his secret gold mine began. In the late 1860s, Waltz reportedly found a gold vein of remarkable richness hidden somewhere deep within the Superstition Mountains, a striking and rugged mountain range just east of present-day Phoenix. According to historical accounts, the mine contained vast amounts of gold, far richer than many contemporary gold strikes, making it one of the most valuable and elusive treasures of the American West. The origin of Waltz's discovery remains uncertain, and several versions of the story exist. One popular account suggests Waltz wasn't the original discoverer of the mine. Instead, it was initially found by a group known as the Peralta family, wealthy Mexican prospectors who mined the Superstitions long before Arizona became American territory. According to legend, in the mid-1800s, the Peraltas operated a lucrative gold mine hidden deep within the mountains, until an attack by Apache warriors drove them away, forcing them to abandon their treasure. Many believe that Jacob Waltz learned the mine's location either directly from surviving Peralta family members or through secret maps and instructions passed on to him. Another version of the tale suggests Waltz himself stumbled upon the mine by accident, guided only by chance and good fortune. Regardless of how he discovered the mine, Waltz quickly became fiercely protective of his secret location. For decades, Waltz periodically visited Phoenix, trading gold nuggets for supplies, always careful to hide the exact route back to his treasure. Locals grew increasingly curious, watching the old prospector closely and hoping to follow him back to the mine. Yet Waltz skillfully eluded trackers, often taking winding, misleading routes through the mountains, leaving pursuers disoriented and lost. Throughout the years, Waltz maintained a quiet life, cautiously guarding the mine's whereabouts. Stories of his secret gold gradually spread, attracting attention and envy. Despite numerous attempts by prospectors to trail him or discover his hidden route, the mine remained safely out of reach. Over time, Waltz became something of a local legend, a mysterious figure who occasionally appeared in town with pockets full of gold, then vanished just as quickly into the desert mountains. Jacob Waltz passed away in October 1891, taking his secret to the grave, or so many believed. Before his death, however, he fell gravely ill and was cared for by a local woman named Julia Thomas, who owned a bakery in Phoenix. According to popular legend, on his deathbed, Waltz shared clues about the mine's location with Thomas, offering vague directions and cryptic hints. He described specific landmarks, distinctive rock formations, desert washes, and a particular canyon that concealed the entrance to the mine. Unfortunately, Waltz's directions proved confusing and incomplete, leaving Thomas uncertain and frustrated. Determined to locate the mine, Julia Thomas organized expeditions into the superstitions, searching tirelessly but without success. Soon, word of Waltz's deathbed confession spread through Phoenix and beyond, igniting a wave of excitement and speculation. The legend of the lost Dutchman's gold mine was officially born, drawing treasure hunters from far and wide. Over the decades that followed, countless individuals and groups ventured into the Superstition Mountains, hoping to unlock the Dutchman's secrets. The harsh terrain, unforgiving desert climate, and sheer remoteness of the region made these searches difficult and dangerous. Numerous adventurers disappeared into the rugged canyons and valleys, while others emerged empty-handed, bewildered by the desert's challenging conditions. Adding to the mine's mystique, rumors spread of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena within the mountains. Locals recounted stories of ghostly figures, unexplained lights, and eerie sounds echoing through the canyons. Many began to whisper that the mine was cursed, protected by the spirits of ancient Apache warriors or by the ghost of Jacob Waltz himself, determined to keep his secret safe. Throughout the early and mid-20th century, professional treasure hunters, hobbyists, historians, and even government-sponsored expeditions made concerted efforts to locate the lost gold mine. Each generation brought new adventurers, maps, theories, and enthusiasm. Occasionally, hopeful explorers claimed to have uncovered evidence, a rusted pickaxe, old mining tools, or engraved stones, only for their findings to lead nowhere or quickly lose credibility. Despite these setbacks, belief in the lost Dutchman's mine remained remarkably persistent. The legends continued to grow, fueled by newspaper stories, books, magazine articles, and even Hollywood movies. Each retelling added new details, deepening the mystery and ensuring the story remained fresh in the public imagination. In recent decades, modern technology has played a role in ongoing searches. Treasure hunters have employed ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and aerial photography to survey the superstitions, hoping technology might finally reveal the mine's hidden location. Yet despite these advancements, the mine has stubbornly resisted discovery. Today, the lost Dutchman's gold mine remains one of America's most famous and enduring legends. Each year, thousands of visitors flock to Arizona's Lost Dutchman State Park, situated at the base of the Superstition Mountains, drawn by the area's dramatic beauty and the chance to explore the landscape associated with the famous mystery. Park visitors often follow well-marked trails and hike through scenic vistas, all while quietly hoping to spot clues that countless others have overlooked. Occasionally, treasure hunters still venture deeper into the mountains, spurred on by old maps, historical records, and family legends passed down through generations. Some dedicated explorers spend years, or even lifetimes, studying the landscape, analyzing historical clues, and meticulously mapping out possible locations. Yet, despite their determination, the mine's true location remains elusive, continuing to defy discovery. Whether Jacob Waltz's mine was indeed a vast treasure trove, or simply exaggerated legend, remains uncertain. Some historians argue the story grew larger than life over the years, transforming a modest gold strike into something mythical. Others insist the mine's existence is credible, backed by first-hand accounts, historical documentation, and Waltz's own gold nuggets displayed during his lifetime. Whatever the truth, the lost Dutchman's gold mine endures as one of America's greatest treasure mysteries. Nestled somewhere within the rugged cliffs, shadowed valleys, and sprawling desert of the Superstition Mountains, it quietly awaits discovery, an intriguing chapter of history that remains unwritten, drawing hopeful adventurers with the promise of hidden riches and the timeless allure of mystery. Leaving behind the rugged landscapes of Arizona and the lost Dutchman's gold mine, we now journey northward to a quiet island off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada. This place, known as Oak Island, has captured imaginations for centuries with a mysterious treasure hunt unlike any other. Often called the world's longest-running treasure hunt, the mystery surrounding the so-called Money Pit of Oak Island has intrigued adventurers, historians, and treasure seekers for over 200 years. The story began one summer day in 1795, when a teenager named Daniel McGinnis was exploring the small island with his friends. Oak Island, about 140 acres in size, was mostly uninhabited, filled with dense forests, gentle slopes, and rocky shorelines. While wandering through the woods, Daniel noticed something strange: an old oak tree with one branch oddly cut off, dangling a worn piece of rope. Intrigued, the boys investigated further and discovered a shallow depression in the ground beneath the tree, hinting that someone had dug there before. Believing they had stumbled upon a buried pirate treasure, a popular legend at the time, the boys quickly returned with shovels, eager to uncover whatever lay hidden below. They began digging, expecting a quick discovery, but soon realized that whatever lay beneath was buried deep, far deeper than a typical pirate treasure chest. At around 2 feet below the surface, they uncovered a layer of flagstones. Below that, the soil was noticeably softer, suggesting someone had indeed disturbed the earth long ago. Encouraged, they kept digging. After approximately every 10 feet, they found platforms made of wooden oak logs laid neatly across the pit. With each platform they uncovered, their curiosity intensified. They continued down, reaching depths of 20, then 30 feet, removing layers of soil and wooden logs, but found no treasure, only the repeated wooden platforms that seemed deliberately placed. Eventually, the work became too much for the 3 young friends. Years later, in 1803, they returned with a team of experienced diggers and better tools. The group quickly reached depths of 90 feet, still encountering regular layers of logs every 10 feet. At 90 feet, however, they discovered something extraordinary: a large stone slab inscribed with mysterious symbols. These strange markings were unlike anything they had seen before, leading many to believe they were coded instructions pointing toward the treasure hidden deeper below. Yet as the workers removed this stone, they inadvertently triggered a clever trap. Seawater began flooding into the pit rapidly, forcing them to abandon their excavation. No matter how quickly they pumped water out, the pit refilled just as fast, preventing further exploration. This ingenious booby trap, carefully constructed, suggested whoever buried something here had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect their treasure. The discovery of the inscribed stone and the flooding trap only deepened the mystery. Rumors spread that pirates, possibly even the notorious Captain Kidd, had hidden immense treasures on Oak Island, protected by elaborate underground tunnels. Others speculated the treasure might belong to the Knights Templar, fleeing persecution and hiding priceless religious relics. Some even proposed more outlandish theories, that the Money Pit hid lost manuscripts by William Shakespeare or secret documents from Francis Bacon. In the decades that followed, treasure hunters and hopeful adventurers flocked to Oak Island, each convinced they could solve the mystery. In 1849, a new team drilled into the pit, using long augers to probe its depths. At around 98 feet, they reportedly struck wooden containers and even pieces of metal, fueling speculation about hidden chests filled with coins or precious artifacts. Further exploration revealed tunnels constructed underground, believed to channel seawater into the pit, explaining the flooding problem. These tunnels were ingenious feats of engineering constructed from coconut fiber, an unusual choice, given that coconuts were not native to Canada. This strange detail added yet another layer of intrigue to the Oak Island mystery. Over the following decades, several companies and private individuals made serious attempts to excavate the money pit. Each expedition was costly, challenging, and often dangerous. Tragically, over the years, 6 people lost their lives trying to unravel the secret, prompting legends that 7 deaths must occur before the island's treasure could be revealed. Despite careful planning, heavy machinery, and elaborate excavation techniques, each attempt ended in frustration or tragedy, leaving the treasure still safely hidden. In 1897, Frederick Blair formed the Oak Island Treasure Company, the first large-scale, well-funded effort to solve the mystery. Blair dedicated much of his life to the search, conducting detailed research, historical studies, and careful excavations. He documented previous attempts, studied historical maps, and interviewed descendants of original settlers and explorers. Yet, despite decades of persistent effort, he too was ultimately unsuccessful. Throughout the 20th century, expeditions continued, each uncovering tantalizing clues and artifacts, but never the treasure itself. In 1971, a group using advanced drilling technology claimed to have uncovered evidence of precious metals at significant depths, including bits of gold chain, parchment fragments, and iron tools. Yet the pit itself remained flooded, unstable, and inaccessible. Interest in Oak Island surged again in the 2000s, thanks largely to popular documentaries and television series. In recent years, brothers Rick and Marty Lagina took on the treasure hunt, becoming the latest in a long line of hopeful explorers. Their ongoing quest, documented in the television series The Curse of Oak Island, has sparked renewed global interest, drawing both supporters and skeptics into the decades-old mystery. Modern searches have employed ground-penetrating radar, sonar imaging, and sophisticated drilling techniques to probe the island. Teams have explored not only the money pit, but also nearby areas known as Smith's Cove and the Swamp, uncovering old wooden structures, stone foundations, and intriguing artifacts such as buttons, coins, and metal fragments dating back several centuries. Each discovery deepens the intrigue, yet definitive evidence of the treasure's identity or location remains elusive. Theories about what might lie beneath Oak Island remain wide-ranging. Some historians argue the entire mystery could be an elaborate hoax or a simple misunderstanding, suggesting natural geological formations or historical mining activity as possible explanations. Others continue to believe the pit holds genuine treasure, perhaps a pirate hoard, stolen gold from Spanish ships, or even lost treasures from ancient civilizations. The artifacts recovered to date, including ancient coins, wooden structures, and various metallic objects, suggest that Oak Island indeed had a significant historical presence. Coconut fibers discovered in drainage tunnels remain puzzling evidence of human construction, indicating careful planning and advanced engineering, likely executed centuries ago. The island itself, now largely owned by private investors and explorers, remains a site of ongoing archaeological interest. Visitors and tourists occasionally tour Oak Island, exploring its history and viewing the sites of previous excavations. For most visitors, the enduring appeal isn't simply the possibility of hidden treasure, but the fascinating story of persistence, human ingenuity, and the timeless allure of mystery. While treasure hunters have spent generations excavating, digging, and exploring, the money pit continues to guard its secrets closely. After more than 2 centuries of intense searching, the Oak Island treasure remains firmly out of reach, protected by clever traps, natural barriers, and layers of historical intrigue. It stands as one of history's most famous unsolved mysteries, quietly waiting for someone, perhaps armed with new technology or fresh insight, to finally uncover its truth. Turning away from the mist-covered shores of Oak Island, let's set sail far across the seas, traveling centuries back in time to the grand era of China's Ming dynasty. This was a time when massive fleets, known as the Ming treasure voyages, navigated distant waters on remarkable journeys, carrying untold wealth and priceless artifacts, some of which vanished, leaving mysteries that intrigue historians to this day. The story of the Ming treasure voyages begins in the early 15th century, under the ambitious rule of the Ming Emperor Zhu Di, known as the Yongle Emperor. Unlike many Chinese rulers before him, Zhu Di was fascinated by the world beyond China's borders. Eager to extend his empire's influence and prestige across Asia and into distant lands, he commissioned a series of ambitious naval expeditions, starting in 1405. To lead these extraordinary journeys, the emperor chose a trusted advisor, a man named Zheng He. Zheng He was no ordinary figure. He was an admiral, explorer, diplomat, and eunuch who stood out both physically and in skill. Historical records note he was extremely tall and powerfully built, possessing a commanding presence, perfect for his important role. Zheng He oversaw an astonishing fleet of ships, the largest and most impressive ever assembled at the time. Historical accounts describe hundreds of vessels, massive treasure ships, smaller supply ships, troop carriers, and patrol boats, all traveling together as floating cities. The largest of these vessels, called Baochuan, or treasure ships, were reportedly around 400 feet long, far bigger than European ships like Columbus's Santa Maria, which sailed nearly a century later. These gigantic ships had multiple decks, lavish cabins, and storage areas filled with riches to demonstrate China's wealth and power to foreign nations. In total, between 1405 and 1433, Zheng He commanded 7 major voyages. These expeditions traveled vast distances across the Indian Ocean and beyond, visiting more than 30 countries and territories. His fleet sailed from China's eastern shores to Southeast Asia, India, the Arabian Peninsula, and even as far as East Africa. Wherever they docked, the fleet brought gifts from the Ming Emperor, including exquisite porcelain, fine silk, gold, silver, precious gemstones, and intricate jewelry. These gifts were symbols of diplomacy and friendship, designed to impress foreign rulers and build connections that would benefit China. In exchange, foreign leaders sent back treasures and exotic gifts of their own. Elephants, giraffes, and zebras, for example, journeyed across the sea to China as part of tribute exchanges, delighting the Ming court. Historical records from the time describe Zheng, his fleet returning to China, filled with valuable spices, pearls, ivory, precious woods, medicinal herbs, and other rare items gathered from distant lands. The voyages weren't merely trade missions. They were also a grand demonstration of Chinese naval power, technology, and organizational ability. Zheng He's fleet employed advanced navigation techniques, utilizing compasses, star charts, and detailed nautical maps. The massive treasure ships were accompanied by specialized support vessels, including ships dedicated entirely to carrying fresh water, food, livestock, and spare equipment. These expeditions were well planned and meticulously executed, reflecting the sophistication of Ming China's maritime capabilities. Yet, despite their achievements, the Ming treasure voyages were suddenly halted in 1433. After Emperor Zhu Di's death in 1424, subsequent rulers became less interested in costly overseas expeditions. Internal political changes shifted China's priorities, focusing resources more on domestic concerns and frontier defense against northern invasions. By imperial decree, shipbuilding was greatly reduced, and maritime exploration ceased entirely. Eventually, China's mighty fleets faded away, replaced by isolationist policies that lasted for centuries. With the sudden end of these voyages, the fate of many of the fleet's treasures became a mystery. While much returned safely to China, historians believe some vessels never made it home. Over the years, numerous legends arose about ships that sank or were lost during fierce storms and dangerous journeys. Rumors and local folklore throughout Southeast Asia speak of ships carrying incredible treasures sinking beneath the waves, or being deliberately hidden to protect their contents from pirates and rival kingdoms. These legends have attracted treasure hunters and explorers from around the world. Some believe remnants of Zheng He's fleet could lie undiscovered along historical sailing routes, buried beneath centuries of sand, coral, and ocean currents. Indeed, over the years, shipwreck discoveries in regions like Indonesia, Malaysia, and East Africa have occasionally turned up Chinese porcelain, coins, and artifacts dating from the Ming period, clues suggesting some of Zheng He's ships never reached their final destinations. Yet, despite occasional intriguing finds, definitive proof of a lost Ming treasure ship has remained elusive. Historians and archaeologists acknowledge it's challenging to pinpoint specific vessels or confirm legends precisely. The ships themselves, primarily built from wood, would have decayed significantly over centuries underwater, leaving behind limited evidence. Still, the possibility of discovering a well-preserved Ming treasure shipwreck remains tantalizing, sparking ongoing archaeological investigations. Apart from potential shipwrecks, another lingering mystery involves the historical records of Zheng He's voyages. Following the abrupt halt of the expeditions, much documentation related to the treasure fleet was deliberately destroyed or lost. Some imperial officials viewed the costly voyages as wasteful extravagances and suppressed detailed records. As a result, historians rely on fragmented records, personal journals, foreign accounts, and archaeological findings to piece together the voyage's true scale and accomplishments. One of the most debated topics among scholars is the actual size of Zheng He's famous treasure ships. Some argue that early historical descriptions were exaggerated to enhance China's reputation. Modern researchers have suggested more conservative estimates, placing the treasure ships closer to 200 feet in length, still impressive but more realistic than traditional claims. This debate continues today as experts analyze ancient shipyards and contemporary records to determine the fleet's true capabilities. Additionally, historians continue exploring the exact purposes behind these voyages. While trade and diplomacy clearly played significant roles, some speculate that Emperor Zhu Di also sought a vanished relative, the previous emperor rumored to have fled abroad. Others believe Zheng He's voyages aimed to expand China's tribute network, ensuring regional dominance and securing valuable alliances to counter potential threats. Understanding the complex motivations behind these expeditions helps explain why such massive resources were invested and why their sudden cancellation left so many unanswered questions. Today, the Ming treasure voyages remain an important historical subject, symbolizing China's era of maritime excellence and global ambition. Museums and exhibitions worldwide display recovered artifacts from this period, including fine Ming porcelain, bronze coins, and precious gemstones, reminding visitors of a time when China's influence stretched far beyond its shores. Ongoing archaeological efforts, particularly underwater excavations along ancient trade routes, continue searching for physical evidence of Zheng He's fleet. Each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, providing insights into shipbuilding techniques, trade practices, and the daily lives of sailors who braved the open seas more than 6 centuries ago. Despite centuries of investigation, many mysteries remain unresolved. The exact fate of lost ships, the precise scale of treasure transported, and the full extent of cultural exchanges are still topics of active research and debate. These unanswered questions ensure the Ming treasure voyages will continue captivating historians, archaeologists, and explorers alike, keeping alive the intriguing legacy of one of history's most ambitious maritime endeavors. Grand voyages from legendary treasure fleets aside, let's now journey to the ancient kingdom of Burma, today known as Myanmar, to uncover the story of an extraordinary lost artifact, the Great Bell of Dhamazedi. This impressive bronze bell, often referred to as the largest bell ever cast, has captured imaginations and eluded explorers for centuries, hidden beneath muddy riverbeds and shrouded in layers of mystery. Our tale begins in the late 15th century within the prosperous and powerful Mon kingdom of Hanthawadi, centered in what is now modern-day Bago, Myanmar. At that time, Hanthawadi was a thriving and influential kingdom, recognized for its vibrant Buddhist culture and its vast temples filled with ornate treasures. In 1476, King Dhamazedi, who had himself once been a Buddhist monk, decided to commission something truly remarkable: an enormous bell to grace the grand Shwedagon Pagoda, the most sacred temple in the region, located in Yangon, formerly Rangoon. crafted from a massive amount of bronze, gold, silver, and precious metals. The Great Bell of Damazidi was said to weigh around 290 tons. Historical descriptions highlight its astonishing size and beauty, its surface engraved with intricate patterns and sacred Buddhist inscriptions in multiple languages. King Damazidi dedicated the bell to the temple as a gesture of deep devotion and religious reverence, intending it to resonate far and wide, symbolizing spiritual harmony throughout his kingdom. For decades, the bell hung proudly at the Shwedagon Pagoda, admired by pilgrims and visitors who marveled at its majestic presence. Historical records from that era describe how its deep, resonant tones could be heard miles away, echoing through nearby villages, becoming a symbol of peace and prosperity. Travelers and monks recorded accounts of the bell's impressive size and the rich, soothing sound it produced when rung, notes believed to carry blessings and prayers to the heavens. But the bell's peaceful presence at the pagoda wouldn't last forever. In 1608, European adventurer Filipe de Brito Enicote, a Portuguese mercenary and ruler of Cirium, today Thanlian, set his sights on the Great Bell of Damazedi. At the time, Filipe de Brito was known for his ambition and his disregard for local customs and traditions. Having established control of Cirium with the support of Portuguese military forces, he sought riches to solidify his power and prestige. De Brito saw the bell as a valuable prize, primarily because of its immense size and the wealth of metals from which it was crafted. He believed it could be melted down to produce countless cannons or valuable coinage, resources that could significantly bolster his strength. With this goal in mind, De Brito organized an expedition to remove the bell from its sacred site at Shwedagon Pagoda, disregarding warnings and local protests. The logistical challenges of transporting the enormous bell quickly became evident. Historical accounts describe the immense difficulty faced by workers tasked with removing the bell from its secure position. After careful preparations, the workers managed to maneuver the bell onto a specially constructed raft, a platform built from large logs and secured with sturdy ropes. The plan was to float this immense load down the Yangon River towards Cirium, where it could be melted down or otherwise repurposed. Yet, as soon as the raft began its slow journey downriver, disaster struck. Historical records note that the raft began to struggle under the incredible weight of the bell. Some accounts say the raft started to sink immediately, while others suggest it capsized during strong river currents or rough weather conditions. Either way, the result was the same. The Great Bell of Damazedi slipped into the waters of the Yangon River, quickly sinking into its muddy depths and vanishing completely from view. The loss of the bell was seen by many locals as an omen, divine punishment for De Brito's arrogance and disrespect towards sacred relics. Indeed, not long after this incident, Filipe de Brito himself faced defeat, captured and executed by Burmese forces who reclaimed their territory. The bell, meanwhile, became part of local legend, an object spoken of with reverence, awe, and regret for generations to come. In the centuries since its disappearance, numerous attempts have been made to recover the Great Bell of Damazedi. Its historical, cultural, and economic value has driven treasure hunters, archaeologists, and government-sponsored expeditions alike to locate and reclaim the legendary artifact. Over the years, search parties have explored various stretches of the Yangon River, conducting dives, sonar scans, and dredging operations, hoping to uncover clues or fragments of the massive bronze bell hidden beneath the murky waters. Despite these extensive searches, the bell has continued to elude discovery. The shifting sediments, powerful river currents, and changing landscape along the riverbanks have greatly complicated efforts. Many search teams have faced setbacks caused by limited visibility, dangerous diving conditions, and the sheer scale of the search area. The bell, once proudly displayed in the open air, now lies buried in layers of thick mud and riverbed sediment, stubbornly hidden from modern-day explorers. Adding further intrigue, various local legends have emerged, suggesting different resting places for the bell. Some folklore claims that it has moved considerably over the centuries, carried downstream by powerful floods or currents. Others believe the bell may have fragmented upon sinking, scattering its valuable metals over a wide area. Yet no concrete evidence has emerged to confirm these theories. In recent years, modern technological advancements have sparked renewed hope of finally locating the Great Bell. Teams equipped with sonar imaging devices, advanced metal detection technology, and detailed underwater maps have returned to the Yangon River, systematically examining likely locations and areas where historical accounts suggest the bell might rest. Organizations, both local and international, have shown interest in conducting comprehensive searches, driven by the bell's significant historical importance and its potential as a symbol of Myanmar's cultural heritage. Still, the bell remains lost, despite these modern advancements. Its fate has become one of Southeast Asia's most enduring mysteries, capturing imaginations worldwide. Each unsuccessful search has only heightened interest in the bell, drawing renewed attention and curiosity. Historians continue to debate the precise location and condition of the artifact, while treasure hunters and divers remain convinced that the bell lies waiting somewhere beneath the waters, ready to be discovered. For now, the Great Bell of Damazidi rests quietly beneath the Yangon River's muddy depths, a silent relic hidden from sight. Its legacy remains alive, carefully preserved through written records, oral traditions, and local folklore passed down through generations. As modern-day explorers continue their careful, methodical searches, the bell's legend endures, patiently awaiting the day it might be rediscovered and reclaimed as one of Myanmar's greatest historical treasures. Leaving behind the muddy depths of Myanmar's rivers and the elusive Great Bell of Damazidi, let's now sail back through history to explore another mysterious lost treasure, a remarkable jewel known as the Three Brothers. This dazzling gem has captivated imaginations for centuries, praised for its astonishing beauty and storied journey through the hands of royals and merchants, before vanishing quietly into the pages of history. Our story begins in the mid-14th century, during the bustling age of exploration and trade. The Three Brothers was not just any gemstone. It was a truly extraordinary diamond that immediately stood out among the royal jewels of medieval Europe. Historical accounts vividly describe the gem as a large, deep blue diamond of exceptional clarity and brilliance, said to weigh roughly 137 carats, making it one of the largest and most precious diamonds known in its time. The origins of the diamond are somewhat uncertain, though it is widely believed to have been mined in the famed diamond regions of India, which were renowned for producing spectacular stones that were highly sought after by European royals and wealthy merchants. From these distant mines, the gem was likely transported along established trade routes, making its way from India toward the flourishing commercial hubs of Europe. The first known historical appearance of the diamond in Europe dates back to approximately 1360, when it came into the possession of Duke John the Fearless of Burgundy. John, recognizing the stone's immense beauty and value, chose to present the gem as a lavish gift to his ally and relative, King Charles VI of France. It was common during this time for royals to exchange extravagant treasures as symbols of friendship, alliance, and political goodwill, and the Three Brothers diamond was perfectly suited for such an impressive gesture. Once in the possession of King Charles VI, the diamond quickly gained prominence within the French royal collection. Considered among the finest and most prestigious gems owned by the French monarchy, it was given the memorable nickname the Three Brothers, due to its unique triangular shape and its three distinct facets, symbolically representing the bond between powerful, noble families. Over time, the gem became increasingly associated with royal power, prestige, and diplomatic relationships, frequently displayed in official ceremonies, state functions, and celebrations. Historical records from this era describe the diamond as truly mesmerizing, shimmering with a rare deep blue hue that captured the eyes and admiration of all who saw it. Royal jewelers and gem experts at court praised its extraordinary brilliance and clarity, often noting that few stones could match its majestic appearance. Accounts also suggest that the Three Brothers was frequently kept within the royal treasury at the Louvre Palace in Paris, a secured location carefully guarded to protect its priceless treasures. Over the following century, the diamond remained a cherished part of the French crown jewels, passing from one monarch to the next, becoming embedded in the identity and heritage of the French royal house. The gem was particularly associated with King Louis XI, who held a special fondness for valuable gems and rare stones. During Louis XI's reign, the Three Brothers was regularly worn during official ceremonies and was prominently displayed as a sign of his wealth and authority. But as the years went by, political turmoil and shifting fortunes soon threatened the safety of the diamond. In the 15th century, Europe experienced significant instability, with conflicts and rivalries frequently erupting among kingdoms and noble families. The jewel, symbolic of wealth and power, naturally became a highly prized object, coveted not just for its beauty, but for its significant economic and political value. During the rule of King Charles VIII, who reigned from 1483 to 1498, the precious stone began to travel again, this time accompanying the French king on his military campaigns. Charles VIII, known for his ambition and adventurous spirit, embarked on his famous Italian campaigns, hoping to assert French influence and power throughout the Italian peninsula. Historical records note that the Three Brothers was taken on these journeys, carried alongside the king as part of the royal treasury, signaling his prestige and authority to allies and rivals alike. However, it was during these travels that the Three Brothers experienced a dramatic turning point. Following King Charles VIII's death in 1498, historical sources become unclear and somewhat conflicting regarding the exact fate of the jewel. Some accounts suggest that the diamond returned safely to France, eventually passing into the hands of his successor, King Louis XII. Others suggest the diamond may have been captured or taken during these tumultuous campaigns, quietly slipping away into the hands of unknown individuals or opportunistic soldiers. Historical records from this period become increasingly sparse, and the diamond fades from documented history by the early 1500s. No definitive information has ever surfaced explaining precisely what happened to the Three Brothers' diamond after Charles VIII's military campaigns in Italy. Its disappearance remains one of the great unresolved mysteries in the history of European royal treasures. Despite its disappearance, the diamond's legacy continued to capture imaginations. Over subsequent centuries, numerous theories and legends emerged about the fate of this remarkable jewel. Some historians speculate that it may have been recut into smaller, less recognizable stones to conceal its identity. Others believe that it was quietly sold, passed through private hands, or simply hidden away, forgotten among other royal treasures, or in some secretive collection. In the 17th and 18th centuries, collectors and historians tried tirelessly to trace the whereabouts of the gem, searching royal archives, estate records, and inventories for clues. But each attempt ultimately came up empty-handed, leaving the Three Brothers' diamond shrouded in mystery. Even today, gemologists and historians occasionally speculate about modern diamonds that share similarities to the descriptions of the famed lost gem, though no conclusive evidence has ever been found to confirm these theories. One intriguing historical connection is the famed French blue diamond, later recut into today's well-known Hope diamond. The French blue shares some similarities with the Three Brothers, notably in size, color, and origin. However, modern research indicates that these two stones were distinct gems, each with its own separate historical lineage. The French blue was originally sourced separately, making it unlikely to be the same stone as the Three Brothers, despite their similarities. Today, the Three Brothers remains an enduring and intriguing historical puzzle, its beauty preserved only in the memories, writings, and sketches of those who once admired it firsthand. Its disappearance reminds us how easily treasures, even those closely guarded by powerful kings and queens, can vanish without a trace into the pages of history. As historians, gem collectors, and treasure hunters continue to explore archives, private collections, and ancient records, hope remains alive that someday the diamond may resurface or reveal new clues about its fate. Yet, until that day arrives, the story of the three brothers continues to captivate us, an enduring mystery quietly waiting to be solved. Let's turn our attention now to another remarkable treasure, one tied closely to French history, royalty, and legend, the Scepter of Dagobert. This historical artifact, deeply entwined with the history of medieval Europe, has fascinated historians, treasure hunters, and curious minds for centuries, primarily because it vanished under mysterious circumstances. Our story begins with King Dagobert I, one of the most celebrated rulers of the Merovingian dynasty, who ruled the Frankish kingdoms in the early 7th century. Dagobert, who reigned from about 629 to 639 AD, was remembered as a powerful king, responsible for strengthening and expanding the kingdom, and for his patronage of arts and religion. At the height of his reign, Dagobert commissioned a magnificent royal scepter, a ceremonial rod or staff used as a symbol of sovereignty and royal authority. Historical records and legends describe Dagobert's scepter as an extraordinary piece of craftsmanship, a true masterpiece of medieval goldsmithing. Made of solid gold and decorated with precious stones, intricate carvings, and enamel detailing, the scepter was much more than just a royal emblem. It was a dazzling statement of power and wealth. Atop this golden rod was set a beautifully carved and jeweled eagle, symbolizing strength and majesty. Over the centuries, the Scepter of Dagobert gained a reputation as one of France's most cherished royal treasures, deeply connected with the legitimacy and prestige of French monarchs. Following Dagobert's death in 639, the scepter was carefully preserved and passed down through generations of kings and royal custodians. Eventually, it became one of the most important regalia items held in the royal abbey of Saint-Denis, just outside Paris, where many French kings were buried. The abbey of Saint-Denis itself held significant historical and symbolic value. Founded in the 7th century, it became the burial place of French royalty and housed numerous royal treasures and sacred relics. Within the abbey's treasury, Dagobert's scepter stood prominently among other remarkable artifacts, representing royal continuity and France's ancient traditions. Over centuries, visitors to the abbey marveled at this spectacular item, praising its craftsmanship and historical significance. However, as often happens with valuable royal treasures, the scepter's fate took a dramatic turn during a period of intense upheaval, the French Revolution. In the late 18th century, the revolution swept across France, targeting symbols of royal authority, wealth, and power. Revolutionary forces looted many royal palaces, churches, and abbeys, and the Abbey of Saint-Denis was no exception. In 1795, during this turbulent period, the abbey's treasury was targeted and plundered, its treasures scattered or destroyed. Among the many priceless items lost was the legendary Scepter of Dagobert. The disappearance of Dagobert's scepter immediately captured imaginations. Its whereabouts after 1795 became a subject of speculation and mystery. Despite efforts in the following decades and centuries, no definitive records clearly show whether the scepter was destroyed, stolen, hidden away, or sold discreetly to private collectors. Historical documents from that chaotic era are fragmentary at best, leaving significant gaps about the treasure's final fate. In the years following the Revolution, the fate of the scepter became the subject of numerous theories and legends. One popular story suggested the scepter was secretly rescued from the Abbey of Saint-Denis by monks or loyal royalists, who then hid it somewhere safe, perhaps underground vaults or hidden chambers beneath churches or private estates. Some accounts claim the scepter was discreetly shipped abroad, safely kept by exiled royalists, hoping to return it to France one day. Another compelling theory emerged in the 19th century when several historical items looted during the Revolution began surfacing in private collections across Europe. Wealthy aristocrats, art dealers, and collectors who specialized in royal artifacts discreetly acquired stolen treasures, often unaware of their full historical significance. It seemed plausible to many historians that the scepter might have passed into these hidden networks, quietly changing hands from collector to collector. In the mid-19th century, renewed interest in medieval and royal artifacts led to a surge of searches, inquiries, and even excavations, especially around Saint-Denis and the surrounding areas. Enthusiasts, historians, and treasure hunters pored over old records, abbey documents, and private collections, hoping for clues. Several leads appeared promising. Stories emerged of hidden tunnels beneath the abbey, forgotten crypts, and secret storage rooms. But each lead ended in disappointment. The scepter remained elusive. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the legend of the lost scepter continued to intrigue historians and treasure hunters alike. Despite extensive archival research and historical studies, no concrete evidence surfaced to definitively resolve its fate. This enduring mystery only heightened public fascination, further embedding the Scepter of Dagobert in popular imagination as one of France's greatest lost treasures. In modern times, renewed scholarly interest has led historians to re-examine old documents, hoping new methods or overlooked details might finally uncover clues about the scepter's whereabouts. While some historians suggest it may have been melted down for its gold and gems during revolutionary looting, a fate shared by many royal artifacts, others hold out hope that the scepter survived intact, secretly hidden away somewhere, still waiting to be rediscovered. Today, the Scepter of Dagobert remains one of Europe's most enigmatic and compelling historical mysteries. It symbolizes not only the prestige of medieval French royalty, but also the turbulent history of revolution and conflict. Whether quietly hidden beneath French soil, resting in a private collection, or lost forever to history, the scepter continues to inspire both professional historians and amateur treasure hunters alike. While we may never uncover its exact fate, the search for the Scepter of Dagobert continues to this day. Explorers and historians frequently revisit historical archives, examine private collections, and even explore old tunnels and hidden chambers in hopes of finding new clues. Each new generation is fascinated anew by this treasure's intriguing past and uncertain fate, quietly ensuring that the mystery remains alive. As history moves forward, perhaps one day, tucked away in some forgotten corner of an estate or a dusty museum storeroom, Dagobert's legendary scepter might finally reveal itself once more, waiting patiently to reclaim its rightful place among the greatest historical treasures of France. Until that moment arrives, the Scepter of Dagobert remains quietly hidden in history's shadows, a silent witness to centuries of human drama and royal power. Leaving the legendary scepter and its mysteries behind, let's shift our gaze northward to the windswept shores and storied past of Poland, home to one of Europe's intriguing lost treasures, the royal casket. This beautifully crafted artifact, closely connected to Polish royalty, quietly vanished amidst the turbulence of war, and today remains one of history's captivating mysteries. Our story begins in the late 18th century, at a time when Poland was experiencing significant upheaval and political uncertainty. It was during this period, around 1800, that the royal casket, also known in Polish history as the casket of Polish royal jewels, was created. Crafted by expert artisans, the casket itself was a remarkable work of art. Made from precious metals and richly adorned with jewels, intricate carvings, and elaborate enamel decorations, it was designed as both a symbol and a guardian of Poland's royal heritage. The casket held immense significance for the Polish people. It was specifically made to house a collection of priceless items belonging to Polish royalty and nobility, an assortment of jewels, medals, important royal documents, and various family heirlooms. Each item within the casket was carefully selected, representing centuries of Polish history, culture, and royal prestige. In its early days, the royal casket was kept securely within the royal castle in Warsaw, carefully guarded and proudly displayed. It symbolized the wealth, legacy, and cultural richness of Poland's monarchy, especially during times when the nation's sovereignty was under threat from surrounding powers. However, Poland's history in the late 18th century was challenging and turbulent. In 1795, Poland was partitioned by Russia, Prussia, and Austria, causing it to lose its independence for over a century. The royal treasures, including the royal casket, soon found themselves at the mercy of these occupying powers, their fates uncertain. As invading forces entered Warsaw, caretakers of the royal treasures hastily worked to conceal and protect the valuable artifacts. The exact movements of the casket during these chaotic times are somewhat unclear, leaving room for mystery and speculation. For many years, the royal casket's location was uncertain, though it is known to have survived these initial upheavals. Historical documents suggest it was carefully hidden away by loyalists hoping to protect it from the foreign occupiers. Yet, exactly where it was hidden, and by whom, remains uncertain, lost to history's fog. The casket resurfaced briefly in historical records in the early 20th century. After Poland regained its independence following World War I, interest in rediscovering and recovering lost national treasures became a priority. Remarkably, in the 1920s, the royal casket was officially rediscovered, its hiding place revealed after careful searches and inquiries. At this time, it was brought to the newly re-established royal castle in Warsaw, again proudly displayed as a symbol of national pride and historical continuity. But the casket's journey through history wasn't yet complete. World War II soon erupted, bringing another wave of devastation and uncertainty to Poland. In 1939, as German forces rapidly advanced into Poland, Polish authorities and museum curators rushed to secure and hide precious national treasures. This included the royal casket, which was quickly moved from its secure location in Warsaw, intended to be hidden safely away from advancing German troops. Historical records from this period become murky and incomplete, but it's known that the royal casket was carefully transported from Warsaw to a secret location. Numerous accounts and reports indicate that it was moved along with other significant treasures to a place believed safe from military conflict and looting. Yet somewhere amidst the chaos, confusion, and devastation brought by the war, the royal casket vanished once again, and this time it would not reappear. Theories and stories soon emerged about the fate of the royal casket. Some historians believe that it might have been hidden in remote caves, tunnels, or secret vaults beneath churches or castles. Poland is known for its extensive network of underground tunnels and bunkers, built during different eras of conflict, making this theory plausible. Treasure hunters and historians have explored numerous possible sites, often guided by historical clues or old documents, yet none have successfully uncovered the casket. Another popular theory suggests that, during the turmoil of the war, the casket may have been captured or looted by advancing German or Soviet troops. Many valuable artifacts from European museums and private collections were systematically stolen and transported across Europe during the war, making their way into secret storage locations, private collections, or even destroyed amidst wartime chaos. The possibility remains that the royal casket could have been among these stolen treasures, quietly stored away or lost entirely in the aftermath of war. After the war ended in 1945, Poland faced decades of political upheaval under communist rule. The search for lost royal treasures, including the royal casket, became significantly challenging due to political restrictions, secrecy, and censorship. The casket's story faded slowly into history, becoming one of Poland's most enduring historical mysteries. However, the treasure never fully left the imagination of historians and adventurers who continued quietly researching and hoping to rediscover this priceless artifact. With the fall of communism in the late 20th century, renewed interest in Poland's lost treasures sparked fresh searches and investigations. Archivists and historians revisited old documents, examining reports, letters, and records that might provide clues. Several expeditions were carried out at sites rumored to hold hidden treasures, such as castle ruins, abandoned monasteries, and remote caves. Despite these diligent efforts, the royal casket remained elusive. Today, the fate and exact location of the royal casket remain unknown. Historical archives offer tantalizing hints and fragments of information, but no concrete proof of its whereabouts. Treasure hunters, historians, and researchers continue to explore theories and follow leads, guided by historical records and oral traditions passed down through generations. Museums and cultural organizations occasionally showcase exhibits dedicated to Poland's lost treasures, prominently featuring the story of the royal casket to maintain awareness and interest. Its absence remains a symbol of lost heritage, a missing piece of Poland's rich historical narrative. The story of its disappearance continues to captivate both scholars and the public, quietly sparking imaginations and theories. Throughout Poland, there remains hope that someday the royal casket might still be discovered, hidden in some forgotten corner or waiting in a distant collection, unknown and unrecognized. Each year, new leads and tips occasionally emerge, inspiring fresh interest and investigations. Yet despite careful searches and efforts, the casket remains hidden, quietly awaiting the day it might finally return to its rightful home. For now, the royal casket quietly remains one of Poland's most intriguing historical mysteries, its exact location unknown, its story told and retold as a captivating tale of lost national heritage. Whether hidden deep beneath Polish soil, resting in a private collection, or lost forever, the royal casket continues to inspire wonder and curiosity, quietly reminding us of history's enduring mysteries and the treasures that may still remain undiscovered. And with that, we come to the end of our journey through history's most captivating lost treasures. Thanks so much for spending your time here today. I hope you've enjoyed exploring these fascinating mysteries with me. If you liked this video, please leave a thumbs up and consider subscribing for more intriguing stories just like this. Let me know below which treasure intrigued you the most. And until next time, stay curious, stay cozy, and stay safe.